everyone. Welcome back to the Gabriel Speaks podcast. I'm so glad that you're here. I have been away this last week. Excuse me if I'm a little hoarse. This last week, I was actually in Hawaii, having a lovely, lovely time with the family. Cannot tell you how much a week alone, pretty much unplugged with the family, how much good that can do you. So, and it doesn't have to be in Hawaii. I mean, it can be anywhere. We just got lucky and ended up there and had a fantastic time. Actually, my first time ever even going in my long life. So, yeah, it was great. If you've never been, I haven't been, obviously, it was my first time. So we went to Maui and really enjoyed it there. Stayed at this place that was like right on the beach, and ooh, just can't say enough good things. Feeling refreshed, feeling recharged, and back to it. Oh, Psionic the Hedgehog, dude! If you want to make me a theme song, I am so down because uh, I've made a couple just using the basic Logic Pro stuff, and I haven't really gotten crazy with it. And then usually what I do is I just take like whatever is free on, on one of the services, Canva or YouTube or whatever, whichever one I won't get in trouble for copywriting and do that one. Super Senses, what's up? Hope you are having a good night. Monday night. Of course, once like you get back from the vacation, I always have to take the next day off. You have to have that decompress, unpack, get reacquainted going on before you get back to work. Yes, I thank you. I appreciate that, Psionic. I had a great holiday. No complaints. I hope you all had a great holiday as well. My first time in Hawaii and my first Thanksgiving in Hawaii, which was different and just a lot of fun. Absolute blast. But while I was gone, some things happened, right? Things always happen. And there was like a couple of big interviews with Bret Baier, David Grusch, Tim Gallaudet. I heard Carl Nell even got up there and got a little piece. All because this movie that came out. I think it was like $20 to rent it. It was like $25, I think, to buy it. So, I mean, hopefully you just buy. To me, it's like if I'm gonna pay $20 to rent it, I'm just gonna pay $5 more to buy it. I don't know. I don't know. If anyone in the room saw the film, let us know what you think. If you thought it was good, if you thought it was a shit show, I'm interested to know. I know that there cannot be that many bombshells because a lot of what they're saying is at the behest of the government. So it's whatever the government tells them they can say or can't say or should say. So it can be a very tangled web to try to unspin that and sift through that and make sense of that. But a lot of things that these folks have said, they have already said, just in another context, maybe another interview, maybe some report. But essentially, the information is out there if you go digging. I think the benefit of this film, The Age of Disclosure, was kind of compiling it all together. Uh, some great editing. We got to give Dan Farah that. He made it look very updated and current, and hopefully caught the eye and the attention of folks that maybe weren't interested before. I think that was kind of the one of the main goals of the film. I don't know if disclosure is like a goal. it's called the age of disclosure, and everybody in it says they want disclosure, but I'm not really sure if there's a game plan in there. I think it's basically what? Call your senator? Is that kind of the default? What's Psionic say here? Psionic says total propaganda for contractors and DoD. Yeah, dude, and it totally could be, right? Like, I mean, I on my vacation, I finally sat down and got through Young's book. And I gotta tell you, so much of what we see and what gets reported could really be a projection in one way or another. So, and I mean, Young wrote that book in the early 60s. So there's just so much to this situation. The fact of the matter is we got things flying around in the sky. And I think have been since the beginning of time. Since man has looked up at the skies, I think we have seen things in the skies. And we have seen different things in the skies. And I think that a small percentage of that could potentially be extraterrestrial, interdimensional, maybe both. It's very difficult, right? No matter how much research you do, no matter how much sifting through it you do, I get weary of anyone says, I know the answer 100%, this is what it is. Because I don't know if that's even possible at this point. So we also had, spinning up to this before the Age of Disclosure documentary, we had some pretty interesting interviews. One being Jim Lukatsky with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. Pretty interesting interview. And again, I watched it with my friend Eric Hecker. I know I got kind of a small room tonight, so I know if you're in here, you may have, hopefully probably seen it, where we kind of went through, and it really was just an exercise in what you can and what you cannot say, and ways in which to say things that imply but do not actually answer the question. A lot of that going on there. Let's see. Ron, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you again. So it says, Ron's got a comment here. Used throughout ages and the cosmos. Only to the, I knew you were going to go there. Only to the dialectic vortex technology. Consistent. I love it, Ron. So glad you're here, buddy. But yes, I don't know if Nathaniel's reached out to you yet, but look out for him, because that is a bright dude and he knows all about that stuff. And it sounded like you absolutely caught his interest. So I'll message him if he hasn't yet and see if he's looking into that at all. Yeah, you talk energy to me and I'm like, huh? I can click it on and click it off. Hell yeah, stick with it, buddy. That's what you got to do, right? Yeah, absolutely. We have a saying in our family. It's our last name never quits, right? Never quit. Never quit. Okay. So let's get back to this age of disclosure thing. All right. If you go to the aggregator, or whatever you may call it, for lack of a better term, the critic reviews are not so hot on Age of Disclosure. They're kind of in between, right? The audience reviews seem to be very high. I think on Rotten Tomatoes, it was like 90 something percent. That's pretty good. Even on Rotten Tomatoes, it's not too bad. So it seems to be one of these films where the audience is really liking it, the critics not so much, But again, these are critics that probably, as far as UFOs go, they probably don't have like a gigantic interest or dog in the fight. And a lot of this stuff probably is the first time that they've heard some of this stuff, right? Unlike this small group here in our room, like we've heard all this stuff, we've read about all this stuff, we've researched it, we've watched documentaries on it, right? We've conjured on it, meditated on it, tried to make sense of it. But to the folks that are just, that's just not part of their routine. And I get it. It's probably much happier, less stressful life. Who knows? But to those folks, I think that's who this film reaches. And hopefully in a good way. If the mass population can get on board with us getting the truth, or at least a portion of the truth, I think that would absolutely impact Trump's decision. Because until he feels like a huge percentage of the population's behind it, I don't think he's like ready to go die on that cross. You know what I'm saying? Like he's got so many other battles and so many other frying pans going in the kitchen. It's like, that's a whole nother thing that really, I don't think, there's just so many implications there, right? If you do it the wrong way, you're talking national security, you're talking secret science, you're talking it's just a mess for anybody that wants to touch it. That's why nobody does, right? Like the Clintons tried, they're like, never mind. Carter thought he was gonna, right? Like Obama wouldn't even really, like he said a couple of jokes about it. I mean, it's not something they want to fuck with. Probably for good reason, you know? At any rate, I'm going to go through and just give a little cutout from some of these reviews from the critic side. So this is from Variety Magazine. And essentially, for the first part of this, it talks about how a lot of this testimony is already out there, which is what I've been banging my drum on for a while. It's like it's already there. You can already find it. But what they say, where the age of disclosure strikes a new and vivid tone, is that it's the first extraterrestrial pop culture bombshell that presents itself through the buttoned-down ethos of science, technology, bureaucracy, data. For starters, it's not about UFOs, now a corny, outdated term employed by amateurs. It's about UAPs, which stand for Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena. So much more of a $10 word feel, you know? And apart from the government-sanctioned UAP footage, which doesn't have much variety, the documentary directed by Dan Farah is essentially a 2-hour parade of talking heads. And we kind of knew this going in. It was just going to kind of be a lot more of the same of looking at guys that look like me, unfortunately, staring at a camera and telling us stories that for the most part, a lot of us have heard. But these are neither outliers nor crackpots. And that's important, right? They are 34 senior members of the U.S. government, military, and IC, all of whom claim to have direct knowledge of UAPs. These are people with prestige and credibility, and most of them are somber-looking white men. Sorry, y'all. So they must be right? And again, I'm just reading this article. They are unequivocal in what they say. I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings, quote unquote, declares Jay Stratton, and we all saw that in the preview. This is the biggest discovery in human history, says Christopher Mellon, a former Department of Defense official. The film's testimony comes from people you're familiar with, like Senator turned Secretary of State Marco Rubio, or former Director of National Intelligence General Jim Clapper, or South Dakota Senator Mike Rounds, and it comes from people you don't know who seem venerable and impressive, like Hal Puthoff, a wizened 88-year-old quantum physicist who was the chief scientist of the the ATIP program. These people all look and sound so important that the message that blankets every moment of the age of disclosure is they're official, and that they have to say is official. What they have to say is official. Actually, one of them does exude the fevered aura of a true believer. Luis Elizondo, a former Department of Defense officer who comes on like the Guy Fieri of UAP advocacy. Oh, wow. What they have to say adds up to one primal narrative repeated over and over, kind of like the alien abduction stories. It's all about the otherworldly capabilities of the alleged spaceships observed by Navy pilots. We learn that ships move at speeds far beyond anything our technology has invented. That even at those speeds, they can stop on a dime, which is unheard of. One witness talks about how a ship would hover in the air, then shoot up into space, then come back down to hover again. Also unheard of. A few of the witnesses worked for the CIA, so they possess the knowledge to testify that these spaceships are not part of a top secret government program. Did they come out of a top secret program from China or Russia? That would be impossible because America's outer space technology far outstrips theirs. Boy, that's a bold statement. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but to say that China and Russia couldn't keep up with us in space, I think it's China that's on the moon right now, right? I don't think that's us. Pretty sure that's China there, Variety magazine. It's part of the film's mystique that rather than describing most of this with the awestruck wonder you might expect, the officials on hand all talk about the alien spaceship sightings as a sober matter of military defense. According to several of the witnesses, there have been extraterrestrial crash landings. We've picked up the spaceships themselves and sometimes their inhabitants. And the basic strategy that the U.S. government is interested in is to study the crashed ships and reverse engineer their technology in the hopes that our enemies don't get a hold of it first. I hope that's not the huge revelation because, I mean, they've been talking about that for years. Let's see. So the witnesses mostly discuss spaceships that resemble the one in the famous Tic Tac incident. Let's see. We also hear numerous descriptions of grander alien ships, gigantic red cubes, and black rectangles, like the Monolith in 2001, hovering right at the gates of government facilities. Several of the witnesses make teasing reference to the government UAP footage that remains classified, which they themselves have seen and which they say leaves absolutely no doubt that these are phenomena from other worlds. Life is complicated, but some things are binary. Either the things that the people in the age of disclosure are talking about are alien spaceships, or they're not. Many who see the film will come away thinking that they are. At moments, I listened to the testimonials and got swept up in them. I thought, could it be? Maybe it could. But then my skepticism knocked in. It has to do with two highly earthbound phenomena. The first, the power of suggestion, the way that stories get repeated and exaggerated and embellished and confirmed. But the far more powerful issue, at least with me, is this. For decades, there was a ton of UFO footage shot on 8mm cameras. Then digital cameras. But we now live in an age when cameras are literally everywhere. Everyone has one on their phone. The military compounds that are compounds that are involved in these stories are laced with surveillance cameras. Our entire world is laced with surveillance cameras. So if the whole planet is wired to take pictures, how come there is no footage in the age of disclosure? Not 1 second of it that actually captures any of the things these people are talking about. Do aliens only show up in top secret places? How would they know? Okay, so that's kind of the general vibe. I think you get it there from Variety magazine. That yeah, it was cool, and they even got swept in it for a moment. But then, which happens to so many people. I mean, let's be real, right? You hear all this data, and then you're like, all right, let's get to the pudding. Let's let's get to the real stuff. Let's get to the proof. Like, what do you have? And it's, oh, that's it. You just got it. That was my classified testimony. Like, what do you mean that's it? We can like jump out of an airplane at 60,000 feet and pull a chute like 100 feet off the ground and land and recover a hostage in the mountains of Afghanistan. But we cannot get clear evidence of these things. Come on. In documents, this is from the Hollywood Reporter. In documentaries, accuracy is informational. The presentation of data or testimony in a way that's persuasive and unimpeachable. Legitimacy, however, is aesthetic. The presentation of data or testimony in a way that looks truthful. Dan Farah's new documentary, The Age of Disclosure, is big on legitimacy. The documentary uses 34 talking heads from various levels of the government, military, and intelligence community to allege a deep state conspiracy covering up interactions with non-human intelligence life and technology of non-human origin going back 80 years. That was, again, the Hollywood Reporter, and that was actually their review after the South by Southwest showing. Let's see, psionic. Now, this is something I've heard from a lot of people, psionic. My wife and I didn't have time or even a thought to grab a camera or phone. When you see something unexplainable, you are in deer in the headlights. And yes, I 100% see that happening because that's the kind of person that I am with a lot of stuff, right? So I'm the guy at the beach that doesn't have the camera doing this the whole time, right? Or the guy at the concert that's not doing this. Like, I want to experience it and I want to be in that moment. And so if I were to see something like that, that would not be my first reaction either. That would be like 7 or 8 on the list, right? It's just not a priority. Priority is, oh my God, what is this? Experiencing this, being in that moment, not, capturing a Polaroid of it. So I get that. And yeah, for sure. 100% get that. All right. So let's move on with the show, shall we? Now, we had some really crazy interviews with Bret Baier. We're going to jump back over to the Age of Disclosure stuff in just a moment. Whoops, I disappeared. In just a moment. But this is, I believe, a compilation.
You believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier.
Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. This is not a compilation. My apologies. This was, I actually covered when David Grusch came on Bret Baier Live. I actually covered that live. So I just moved it over so we could watch it again. So, and then we're going to watch the Gallaudet and the Nell as well, because they're all very interesting. And like I said, I was gone for a week. So this is all, I'm kind of catching up and getting my feet wet again. So, okay. So this happened right before I left, and I was able to capture this interview. This was David Grusch on Bret Baier. I can't recall if this was the day. Oh my God, that's so funny, Psionic. Look, your comment is there. And your comments here. That's funny. All right, I'm easily entertained, y'all. Obviously. Okay, so this was, I think it was the same day the Age of Disclosure came out. I think, but if I'm wrong, whatever. So this is David Grusch on Bret Baier.
Earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
Biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human.
Well, let's get some insight into the UAP, or UFO, it used to be called, controversy, and what Congress is trying to do about it. Joining us now, retired Air Force Major David Grusch, who has been a whistleblower on the subject of UFOs, UAPs, and government transparency. He's a special advisor now to the House UAP Task Force. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me on, Brett.
So since then, people say, where is the evidence? What's happening? Why don't we know more right now, almost 2 years later?
Well, certainly the last administration didn't help, and my hearing, of course, was during the last administration, and they were not exactly super transparent on this issue, unfortunately. But now that the task force has been created, I've been able to, guide the members within the boundaries of what they're actually cleared for.
When people look at this, they look online, they say, there's a lot out there. There's a lot of people talking about encounters. There's a lot of people talking about videos, and we've seen a lot of that. Can we just cut it down to, you believe that we have encountered alien beings and that they've come to Earth and that we know about it as a U.S. government?
That seems to be the case. I don't like to characterize necessarily where they came from. They're definitely some kind of non-human sentience, but it is true, believe it or not, we've recovered the vehicles, and we actually have physical proof, and I was actually partially cleared into some of those activities. It was beyond oral testimony provided to me. I actually had partial access to the data and actually read the intelligence reports resulting from those programs.
Like with your own eyes,
correct.
You saw it.
Yes.
And so when people say this is kooky, this is out there, there's nothing to back it up.
I don't speak for other parts of the government, but I can tell you NASA, which I speak for, is open and transparent with our data.
Do you believe what Mr. David Grusch said, or is he lying?
Whatever he said, where's the evidence?
What do you say?
Certainly members of this current administration are very, very well aware of this reality. Certainly the current president is very knowledgeable on this subject, and I trust his leadership on it, and I think he's assembled an A-team cabinet, and I really believe if Trump wants to be the greatest president and the most consequential leader likely in world history, he certainly has the knowledge, the capabilities, and understanding of some of these sensitive government transparency issues.
I have access, and I speak to people about it. I've had actually meetings on it. People that are very smart and very solid have said they believe there is something out there. And, it makes sense that there could be. I've never been convinced, even despite that. I just, for some reason, it's not my thing.
So you think, one, he knows, and two, he's open to transparency on UAPs?
He certainly is very well informed on this issue. Leave it at that. I don't want to get ahead of what the president might want to reveal personally.
There's been a role to cover this up, you're saying, through administrations. And there have been people who have been threatened and told not to testify? I
was physically threatened even before I sent in my Intelligence Community Inspector General report under the previous administration. I actually had to go and seek legal protection that way because I was, literally in fear both professionally and in my personal life.
And when you mentioned in that testimony of recovering the pilots or remains non-human, that's something that you saw as far as the intelligence with your eyes?
Yes. And it is a very uncomfortable, even for me now, as somebody who's seen it, experienced it, even talking about it, because it's so outside a normal person's worldview to understand that there is this biological sentience that have piloted these crafts that don't necessarily look 100% like you and I.
Were there pictures? Were there
There were. Yes, there were.
When I said from another planet or from outer space, you said we don't know where they're from. Is it interdimensional? What are we talking about?
I've talked to a lot of, I'll call graybeards on the program. That is a subject of hot debate on origin. As a guy trained in physics formally as well in my background, I leave an open mind on what the origin is. Certainly, there is the extraterrestrial hypothesis, and they could be coming from elsewhere off Earth, but I don't usually go there because I did not see that data, and I'm not conversant in the high confidence theories that the U.S. government had.
I'm not aware of any remains that the department has of any signs of extraterrestrial beings or activity or technology.
You say we, the U.S. government knows, but there are many other governments around the world. Do they know?
They have their own programs, and like I said 2.5 years ago, we have been in arms race with our peer competitors, namely Russia and China, and they have their own programs in this regard. And I was actually able to view a body of intelligence that discussed adversarial programs, and I'll leave it at that.
We've recovered things, you say, bodies and physical remains. Was there a sense that the motive of how they got here, what they were doing, was it peaceful, not peaceful?
We've seen a mixed bag of activity. And motive and intent, why they're visiting, that's once again, that gets into our assessments, not necessarily, we can't quite understand the intent of some of the sentients and why they're visiting. Could it be because we have interesting genetic material on Earth? We're a Jurassic Park tourist attraction for them. Could be a myriad of reasons.
For the other people who are coming out, you say to them what? You've obviously faced intimidation. You talked about harassment. There are reports that others have too.
I say that there's hope. Certainly, Congress values whistleblower information right now, and certainly I believe there's an appetite with the administration to do the right thing on this as well. And there's some other things that are happening.
So, and just so you see it right there, I was physically threatened. He was in fear for his life. He saw alien beings. Well, he didn't say alien beings. Non-human biologics that piloted these craft. He saw photos of them and says that the government has these photos of these non-human biologics. So what do y'all think of that? I mean, so like, if it's true, if what he's saying is true, he didn't say that he saw the bodies with his own eyes. He said he saw the photos. So we know right there, it's possible they could be doctored, right? Like, it's possible. I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying it's possible, okay? So I remember Dr. Greer talking about Tom DeLonge and about how he was so passionate about To the Stars and what they were doing and bringing this new truth to people. And like, all of a sudden he said, well, then Elizondo and his crew got their hands on him, and the next thing you know, it was an alien threat, right? And I always found it really fascinating when Tom DeLonge would talk about his time speaking with some of these generals and some of these higher ups. He would always like make it a point to say, sir, yes, sir, and no, sir, and be highly respectful and not even question these guys just because of the rank that's on their collar. Like, you're a civilian punk rocker and you're acting like a private. Strange, especially when you're bringing something to the table. You're bringing like millions of followers and funding to the table. And you're doing their bidding voluntarily. Not very punk rock. So yeah, Elizondo gets his hands on that. And this isn't me saying this. Stephen Greer called this out. So Elizondo, his people get their hands on that. It's a threat. And when you call it a threat, then it's very easy to explain the dirty shit you have to do to keep it secret. Right? It's for America. It's for freedom and democracy. What, do you hate your country? What, you don't want us to be safe? Are you what? So by doing that, it's in this very safe, contained place where not a lot of people are gonna kick that can. Look, I just like to think from all angles. So you're just hearing me think out loud because like I said, I was away for the last week. And so I'm just processing a lot of this myself. So yeah, if you have thoughts, definitely let me know. Ron says, I got the disc from Texas in '83. It's mostly intelligent earthly technology. And my little one is going nuts right now. Okay. Sorry if y'all heard my little one screaming. They're playing knights and armor or something. I don't know. All right. Ron says, I didn't see anyone the other side. That's not how it goes down. It's on the pyramid. Okay. It's mostly intelligent earthly. Okay. I got you, Ron. And I think you're right. I want to share something with you all. I thought this was really interesting. So there was some new, and I'm going to remove your comments just for a minute so we can see it all, okay? But there was a new guidelines released from Guardian about drone incursions. And I thought what was really interesting, of course, because I'm, a UFO nut. If you look in the bottom right gray box, it has UXS defined. So like their definitions. And it says highly automated, autonomous, and uncrewed systems and robotic vehicles designed to fly, move along the ground, or navigate on the surface or subsurface of water, such as UAS, unmanned aircraft system, small unmanned aircraft system, SUAS, unmanned aerial vehicles, UAV, unmanned underwater vehicles, UUV, remotely piloted vehicles, RPV, and unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP, and then why the quotes for drones. Unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP, and quote drones. Not drones. Not Reaper drones or jet-propelled drones or wind-propelled drones or turbine, whatever. Just quote drones. That's weird, y'all. That I don't know why it would be worded that way. I went through the entire document, checked it all out. Pretty much stuff you would expect from a document like this. It's basically telling folks how to deal with these things, whether on post or off post, whether military or civilian, because remember, we were getting reports of swarms of like hundreds of them going on bases. So yeah, I just thought it was very interesting. Just one more kind of strange data point. All right, let's get back to the Bret Baier stuff. Now, here is, I believe, a compilation of some of the very interesting interviews that Baier performed over there on Fox. Let's take a listen here.
Over the last several weeks, we've brought to you interviews with a UFO whistleblower, a director who spoke with dozens of officials about possible secret government programs. And tonight, Bret Baier takes a closer look at some of those claims and speaks with a UAP researcher about what they are calling a government cover-up.
Thanks, Aisha. Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle and other government officials believe they should know more about unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs. Tonight we look at reports on some of the secret government programs that are being alleged.
This is so secret. There have been very few people in our entire government that have been allowed or provided access to it.
A new documentary featuring former and current officials from across the federal government is attempting to connect the dots on secret knowledge of UAPs.
This is the biggest discovery in human history.
CIA officials, DIA officials, naval intelligence officials, the list goes on and on.
I served as the 4th Director of National Intelligence.
Director of Aviation Security in the National Security Council.
1-star admiral after 32 years of service.
Former Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet served as the Navy's chief oceanographer and meteorologist, and as acting administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Why'd you take part in that? And of the voices in there, are you convinced that these are credible folks that are really coming forward for the first time?
All those folks are credible, Bret. They're all colleagues of mine. I've worked with them for years. This is going to change the arc of human history. The fact that we're not alone in the universe and that higher order non-human intelligences are visiting us and interacting with us, whose intent we really are unsure of still. That's just mind-blowing.
Okay, let me just say this to folks that value my opinion. I don't know why you would. But if you do, let me just say there have been gentlemen well established in one way or another, whether it be through the military or educational or whatever, very successful in the past, that have made very similar claims. Something's coming soon. It's about to happen. Your world is about to change. And nothing ever happens. So, just be wary, y'all. Don't get swept up in emotion. Remember, emotional reactions is how they're going to get you. All right.
Mind-blowing.
Not everyone is convinced by the film. The New York Times writes the claims are unprovable, and Variety calls it inconclusive. For us to be comfortable doing stories about it, we have to believe that these documents and these experts that we're talking to are telling us the right thing. How do you think the country, the world, will react when, if this happens, it's disclosed?
You have a slow process of information coming out of government, mostly from Congress, from intelligence community officials who've retired. And what we're seeing is that despite the amount of coverage on this, there isn't a lot of pickup on it in media, and people aren't really absorbing the significance of it.
Anthropologist Peter Skafish is co-founder and director of research at the Solve Foundation, a group that helps fund research into UAPs. Skafish interviews.
People aren't observing the significance of it. I'm sorry, Mr. Skafish. It's not that. It's that people have already heard all this.
And conducts field work with witnesses.
I've had a lot of conversations with retired intelligence community people who have more or less verified this stuff to me directly.
How many people know this?
This has been an 8-decade cover-up. The total list has to amount to 100 or more.
Presidents have access to all classified information, but it's unlikely the commander-in-chief reviews everything on any specific subject. Officials estimate there are billions of classified documents in existence, and as many as 50 million classified records are added every year.
Various presidents have been told, but many have not been told.
Retired Colonel Carl Nell was the Army director for supporting the UAP task force. Why would a president not be told?
There was a feeling that elected officials might not be sophisticated or intellectual enough to deal with that kind of complexity.
The Saul Foundation alleges in a report the Eisenhower administration issued a directive giving UFO decision-making the same status as nuclear war powers.
A man whom I trust from the Air Force has said that it was, as far as he knew, it was completely inaccurate to believe that they came from any outside or planet or otherwise.
The presidents, who have asked for briefings on UAPs, say they have not learned of any suspected cover-ups.
So far as I know, they're not hiding information.
It's never been my thing, I have to be honest. I have never been a believer.
Nell believes presidents could be uninformed because he says private companies oversee the programs.
Eisenhower administration may have allowed this to slip out of elected official control into an unelected body that would manage these programs.
You understand the skeptics, right? The people who say this is complete BS. This can't be true. You understand where they're coming from, that there's nothing to show besides the, these videos and the testimony. But for them, they haven't seen it in person.
Sure.
To confirm it.
100%, Brett. Yeah, we want that smoking gun. We want the evidence, the data. And I mean, the most I have knowledge of, though, that was convincing to me is I saw the classified videos that have since been declassified, taken by Navy F-18 aircraft.
In 2015, Gallaudet was commanding personnel during a naval exercise off the East Coast when he received an email warning of near mid-air collisions. Attached was a video of the suspected threat. Wow, look at the fly. Gallaudet says the next day the email disappeared from his account. The Pentagon would eventually declassify the video more than 5 years later.
The Navy is sitting on a trove of UAP video data that they're not releasing.
That video and others prompted lawmakers to call for more transparency. Congress has requested reports from the Defense Department on sightings, and in each document, investigators found no links to extraterrestrial sources.
We take all incursions into our operating spaces seriously.
The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office is the government's current group looking into UAPs. Its findings have been consistent with past Pentagon investigations.
To date, AARO has found no verifiable evidence for claims that the U.S. government or private companies have access to or have been reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology.
All right, well, I get to pause you and say you're full of shit.
Some former officials claim the U.S. government does have evidence.
We learned that the U.S. government was involved in a long-running secret war with other nations to collect and reverse engineer vehicles not made by humans.
Somewhere in this country, there are craft that are being held from, that have landed here or crashed here, and there are biologics, human, non-human bodies.
That's correct.
Someplace in this country?
Someplace.
Carl, no.
In this program?
Correct.
The AARO has acknowledged an effort to create a UAP recovery program called Kona Blue, but says it was later canceled because it lacked merit, that no extraterrestrial craft or non-human entities were ever collected. Knowing what you know, is it conceivable there could be a government program that you don't know about?
I think it's conceivable that there are government programs that we don't know about.
Democratic Arizona Senator Mark Kelly logged more than 5,000 flying hours during his time in the Navy and spent more than 50 days in outer space as a shuttle pilot. Has anything happened in space or at the International Space Station that might signal that there's alien life out there?
So I have made 4 trips to the space station, all about 2 weeks in length, over a decade.
I mean, it's like a couple less than me, but it's pretty good.
And I have no personal experience with this. I have 54 days in space, which might sound like a lot. My twin brother, 520 days in space. People often look at him and say, hey, you must have seen something in all that time you've spent in space. And the answer is the same as the answer from me. Haven't seen anything that indicates anything visiting, our planet.
Obviously, there's a lot of interest in these stories. Some people call it crazy, but these reports are happening. We'll continue to follow the UAP stories as more information comes to light.
So that I think that's interesting, because it wasn't just like one night thing. I know that Bret Baier kind of covered the topic in general for, it's like almost a week, I think. Some interesting things there. We're talking about, in my opinion, and in my rationale, we're talking about things we've seen in the skies since, frankly, recorded history. Since we started recording what was happening around us and documenting it, we have been documenting weird things in the sky eons before satellites and airplanes and weather balloons, right? And as far as reports of those things coming and causing harm to us, very few and far between. So, there's abduction reports. Some people say that was the military. There was a huge push in the UFO research world looking into mill labs back in the day. You want to talk about a scary subject to research. You want to piss off the people that could possibly be responsible for being so good at kidnapping people they think they're aliens. Man, those researchers had some fucking balls. One of those researchers I interviewed, Brian Jackson. And this is before you got everything from ChatGPT. Those guys were boots on the ground asking questions, and sometimes scary questions if you ask the wrong person. At any rate, okay, we're going to jump over, because again, I feel like there's this kind of crew like developing, and I feel like everything, once Elizondo is roped in, I feel like I pause, because I'm not going to show the graphic again, but the gentleman has been a part of multiple UAP groups, research, funding, development, unofficial recovery, to the stars. And whenever he touches them, they all go in a certain direction. And I don't know that any of them have succeeded. Okay, so we're going to take a look at Richard Dolan analyzing some of Elizondo's fumbles, and then the most recent video that Elizondo made responding to his mess ups. And it's almost cringy watching him try to explain away the fact that he was supposedly in charge of this super high level secret program, but was also showing obviously fake photos of UFOs at UFO conferences. That's kind of strange, right? Okay. That's not the video I want. We're going to go ahead and switch this out.
Consensus out there is that this is a standard irrigation pit. I mean, this has been mercilessly ridiculed and mocked online. And, you really do have to acknowledge here. I mean, yes, Lou did state, He cannot vouch for the veracity of the photograph. He didn't take it. It says not vetted. But you really have to think here. This is the second time that he has stepped into something like this. This happened about less than a year ago, with another photograph that was shown not to be an actual UFO. So, you really have to just recognize that this is a time for, you've got to be careful when you're putting evidence out there. This was not vetted. It is questionable evidence. And clearly the skeptics are going to jump all over it. You've got Representatives Luna and Burleson. They're staking political capital on this briefing, which included very significant claims about, recovered non-terrestrial craft, NORAD detection capabilities. We'll get to that. So this distraction, that's really what this looks like it could be, is very likely to overshadow testimonies from other witnesses who are describing important encounters. Tim Gallaudet is one of them, the Admiral. He describes some very well-documented Navy encounters. And so I think, this mistake is going to create exactly the ammunition that skeptics want, which is instead of where the focus should be, which is on the very substantial sensor data, multiple military witnesses, all the scientific analyses presented by other panelists. They're going to jump on this and dismiss the whole thing. The UAP disclosure movement cannot afford basic errors when you're fighting decades of institutional resistance. I guess I'll just leave that there.
But I do want to address something. During part of this forum that we had on Capitol Hill, right before we started, I was provided a photograph from a private pilot who had asked me, he was concerned that there was no real reporting mechanism. And we've known there's no real civilian reporting mechanism for private pilots to report UAP. And he took a few moments and explained to me what he saw surrounding this photograph. And so I made the command decision right there and then that I would use that photograph as an example of why we need some sort of civilian reporting system for our civilian pilots. Now that the military is taking this topic seriously, we still have this big gap between civilian aviation and military aviation. And so I made the determination right there and then to go ahead and use that photograph as an example. And looking back now that people have reacted the way they have, I just want to make it clear. I did say several times the photograph has not been vetted. And quite frankly, I did not have the time at that moment to vet it myself. But I did think it was interesting and important enough to at least use it as an example why we need civilian reporting. And unfortunately, I think that message got confused. Now, it's possible I did not communicate it effectively. And if that's the case, I accept full responsibility. But I think it's important for you all to know that the intent of that was not to say, hey, look, this is a UFO. I never said that. It was to say, look, here is an example of a photograph taken by a private pilot who doesn't know what it is. And what he described to me, I took at face value that he was telling me the truth. And I still believe that individual.
Oh, he was teaching us a lesson, y'all.
Be careful when we come out, we take a
That's what it
photograph,
was.
again, that had already been told, had not been vetted, right? So I said, look, folks, it hasn't been vetted. I just received it that morning. There was a lot going on. I made the decision to share that. And I made that decision because I thought it would be helpful in the conversation. Clearly, looking back now, it's not. It was a distraction to everything that a lot of people, a lot of hard work.
Yeah, he was just thinking too far ahead.
For you, the American people, you, not me. I don't need it. It's for you. And
it's tough when you're that smart and everybody else is so dumb, because if you think too far ahead, then you find yourself in situations like this where you're presenting pictures of a fake UFO and saying it's a real UFO, and people are just so dumb. They think you were. Wait a minute.
I sincerely apologize that this photograph became a distraction and became the one thing people are now talking about, when there was really so much more there, really important things. We had folks like Mike Gold talking perspectives of NASA, and Anna talking about business and NSF, the National Science Foundation. We had Chris Mellon and Admiral Gallaudet and all these wonderful people, Dr. Eric Davis, telling you information that I thought was very, very important, and also the members of Congress. And so, once again, I hope that this does not become an unnecessary distraction. I feel that it is. And if it makes people feel better, I will accept full responsibility. But it wasn't intended.
Really have to.
That is such a half-ass. Oh my God. That is like the apology you have to correct your kids for, right? That wasn't an apology. You just said, if me saying this makes you feel better, I guess I'll say I made a mistake. Come on, dude. Really? I mean, it's just... Tell me I'm not crazy. It's just... It's a little immature. It's a lot immature. And it just goes to show, like, he wasn't leading shit. I'm sorry, y'all. If you are true Lou crew, whatever, I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm just saying he was not leading that organization when it was funded. No way. No how. He just does not pay enough attention to detail, and he's too willing to stretch the truth to get the job done if needs be. And that's, you know, in a lot of industries, that works. That works. But I think when you're talking about defense, that's not a good road to take. So, age of disclosure. Let's get to it. Let's check out this. This is a video from Mojo. Watch Mojo, so make sure and give them the credit here so they don't copyright us. So this is Watch Mojo, and this is their 10 most 10 shocking reveals. Now, we just heard somebody say in their review absolutely nothing was new, but these are the 10 shocking reveals from Age of Disclosure. Oop, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. There he is. Okay, so let's check this out. Now, remember, I still have not seen the film. I'm not going to shell out $25 to see it. I'll wait till it's free or whatever, or it's $4 or whatever. But I'll eventually watch it. So I haven't seen it yet. So this is all new to me too. So if you haven't seen it, great. We're checking this out for the first time. If you have seen it, let me know what you think as well. Throw it in the comments. I would love to get somebody that has seen it to let me know what you think. My goal, again, not to shit on it, even though I don't like some of the characters in it. I am a huge proponent of disclosure, believe it or not. No matter where that may take us or what it may reveal. All right, here we go. Top 10 moments, according to Watch Mojo. Top 10 shocking revelations from the Age of Disclosure documentary.
No one has the right to keep fundamental truths away from the American people.
Tell them, Lou.
And humanity.
Welcome to Watch Mojo. And today we're counting down
Hello,
our
Peter.
picks for the top 10 most shocking revelations from the Age of Disclosure.
Yep, and that's what got your boy Gabe into this whole mess to begin with. One of those stupid triangles. It's probably freaking man-made. And I spent too much time watching X-Files, I think, is what happened.
Documentary.
If you could be in my shoes and see what I've seen in folks like Jay Stratton, there would be zero shadow of a doubt that these things are real and they are not made by humans.
Number 10, massive UAP and nukes. The UAP connection to nukes is something we've discussed in other videos, but the thing that makes the first-hand accounts in this documentary shocking is the size of the UAP that were seen over nuclear installations.
This is an emerging and disruptive threat for the United States and truly a national security concern.
One such object was allegedly witnessed by Mario Woods, a retired U.S. Air Force Security Forces official. Woods describes a UAP seen hovering above the blast door of an intercontinental ballistic missile, or ICBM, at Ellsworth Air Force Base.
It was the size of a super Walmart building. Not just a Walmart, I mean a super Walmart. This thing was gargantuan.
He describes this object as looking like a miniature sun.
So that's one, you know, we get that a lot. The nuclear kind of connection, whatever that may be. But it's certainly been implied throughout the years that it's something that, whatever, if it's one species, multiple species, no species, whatever it is, this activity does tend to pick up around nuclear activity.
Sun the size of a super Walmart. Retired U.S. Air Force Security Forces official Chaz King recounts a UAP event at Vandenberg Air Force Base involving a rectangular matte black object with no windows that was, quote, the size of a football field.
It was just floating there, no propulsion system, no windows. It was matte black. We observed it for another 45 seconds, and then it shot off thousands of miles an hour up the coast.
Number 9.
So that's like Dylan Borland? No, I'm sorry. Not Dylan Borland. Oh, goodness. What's the other gentleman's name that testified? It was George Knapp, Dylan Borland, Jeff Nucatelli. That was similar to Jeff Nucatelli's story, except theirs was a football field-sized craft. It was flat, but it had like an orangish hue, if I'm recalling correctly.
Stigma and smear campaigns. The documentary reveals how those within the government who have witnessed a UAP on the job might be scared to speak up about their experiences for multiple reasons.
We were met with fierce resistance. The stigma alone and the taboo of the topic, the historical association of UFOs, was something that for most people in leadership positions was too big of a pill to swallow.
Much of it is due.
Okay, but here's the thing, y'all, to understand about Luis Elizondo is that his involvement with that program, it did not happen until that program was done. So when he speaks from authority about that program, just remember, he did have access to it. He was able to see it. He was able to review it, I believe. But it wasn't his program, and it wasn't funded. These are important things that they don't ever mention in anything I've ever seen Luis Elizondo on.
Due to the stigma from decades-long disinformation.
Unless y'all have something. If y'all have something, please throw it in the chat. But I've never, ever once seen him make that clarification.
Campaigns. Beyond first-hand witnesses, whistleblowers from UAP programs recount real-life consequences for attempting disclosure, even within the limits of their NDAs and security clearances.
He came storming across to me. He said, "Don't you ever say that again. You are never to speak of this."
And I made it very clear that it's something we shouldn't be talking about and just keep our mouth shut.
Those who have come forward often become the subject of active smear campaigns.
And here's the thing. If these were not UFOs and they were classified craft, would that situation have gone down any differently? You see something you're not supposed to, you don't have the clearance to see that craft. You have the clearance to even know we're working on that craft. So they sit you down and they say, "You didn't see shit, did you? For your own good and for ours and for the country's, you didn't see shit, right?" And they go, "Uh-huh." But because they're never told what it was they saw, and we've said it many times, new technology looks like magic. Then you go on the rest of your life thinking what you saw was a UFO. And in a sense it was, but it was a man-made, unidentified flying object. I believe that it does, Ron. I believe that it does. Now, are we ready to walk through that door is the question, right? Are we ready to, and should we walk through that door? I think those are the things that, I think those are a couple of the real questions, right? As we listen to these guys go on.
According to Lou Elizondo, who left his position at the Pentagon in order to bring the truth to the public. He shares his alleged experiences related to the smear campaign run against him in the documentary.
As we continue to make progress, a very powerful disinformation campaign began. This effort was to destroy my reputation and credibility.
Number 8.
Whoa, whoa,
Fourscore
whoa, whoa.
of disinformation.
Did he say it was to destroy his reputation and credibility personally?
This effort was to destroy my reputation and credibility.
Number 8.
Okay. Okay. All right. Noted.
Fourscore of disinformation and cover-up. The U.S. government officials interviewed in the documentary suggest decades of deliberate disinformation aimed at obscuring the truth surrounding UAPs and the stigma that's been maintained because of this effort.
There's 80 years of this data that the public isn't even aware of.
Unfortunately, this has the possibility of destroying the career reputations and personal lives of those who may desire to bring what they know to the public. Misleading stories, fabricated leaks, and ridicule were used against many who did, including Luis Elizondo.
As hard as it was, I was still being privately encouraged by former members of ATIP to continue the fight. And so that gave me the motivation to continue to press forward, and the fire that we started continued to spread.
By revealing the systematic efforts to confuse and mislead, the film suggests that the public's understanding has been shaped by decades of intentional manipulation, including the U.S. government funding certain Hollywood movies to fit the narrative.
CIA funded Hollywood movies in order to create that ridicule factor that they still use to this day.
Number 7,
Which
Satanic Panic and the Devil's Work. The documentary shines a light on how cultural and professional pressures have suppressed UAP investigations over the decades.
We couldn't get the leadership in the Pentagon to look at the actual scientific data that showed that there is a strong national security threat.
They were more worried about the impact on their reputation than they were about the safety of the nation.
Elizondo recalls being warned that studying these phenomena was, quote, doing the devil's work, reflecting moral and ideological resistance from those within the halls of the Pentagon.
And you go back far enough, we covered that stuff. We talked about how at that time, excuse me, how at that time, Elizondo was saying there was the Collins elite, which was viewing this as demonic, and to mess with it was essentially to provoke it. And I think the idea was just kind of ignore and try to contain if necessary. I'm not really sure. They don't get into like, okay, well then what are you going to do? Because this stuff is, you know, it's happening. It's interesting. And we saw that happen with Hynek and Project Blue Book. He realized his role early on was to provide really any scientific explanation, no matter how ridiculous it may sound, to every incident, especially if it got any kind of media attention. Explain it all away and do it very confidently, and it puts it to bed. So it's interesting to see the other side of that coin. And you have folks now, some at the higher levels, that are tired of it. The problem is, it's not really their call to make. You know, you have a situation where, like, a lot of these guys really were supposed to keep their mouth shut about some of this stuff. And if they didn't know what it was, they were supposed to report to their superiors. And if the superior said, son, you didn't see nothing, or ma'am, you didn't see nothing, that's what you went with. Right? So I don't know. I get conflicted in this stuff because it's hard to say. We all want the truth and we all want disclosure so bad. But I don't think it's wise to risk military and defense advantages for it. I don't know. And then I say that, and then I think, God, now you sound like a shill, you know, now you sound like you're on the military side. And I do see how these folks, they go back and forth because it's what's right and what's wrong. Oh, what do we got? We got some conversation going on here. Ron says, for a little extra cash, hang out in low Earth orbit after you plug your home into your personal spacecraft. Well, that'd be sweet. Uber stuff on the space station. Nice. You get some chicken nuggies on the space station. Just floating chicken nuggets. And let's see. Psionic saying the biggest liar throws everyone else under the bus. Oof. Oh man, Psionic's getting real. It's the truth. It's the truth though. But here's the thing. I don't feel bad about, I would never make like a personal attack on these guys. It's professional. And I mean, professionally, if you look at Elizondo, what he's done is really shoot himself in the foot. I mean, there's nothing really you need to say. As far as his future, what he wanted and what's actually going to happen, those are two completely separate things now. And I never wish anyone ill will. Well, that's a lie. I have wished someone ill will. Just one though. So there's that. But I really dislike it when people lie to the population en masse to take advantage, advance their own agenda, get rich. Look, there's lots of ways you can get rich, honestly. So when you're trying to get rich and people are getting hurt in the process, it might be time to reassess your strategy there. Okay. So what do y'all think? Age of Disclosure, has anybody rented it in the room? Anybody actually sat down, sat through it, and watched it? Ron, 14th floor. Oh, no. I'm thinking of the 13th floor of the movie. Now, that's a crazy movie. If you have not seen the 13th floor, oh, that's a nutty one. Matrix inside a Matrix. Okay. So if no one's seen it, we're going to move on. I'm still not at the point where I feel like I need to pay to see it. I'm just not. I'm not there yet. we've got, let's see here, Jeremy Corbell. Let's see here. Zana says, I don't hate smokes. I just want to know when they're in the same room. Ha! You have the right to know your surroundings. Absolutely. Yet, all the ignorance to still be blind. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. So Psionic is saying that he's not going to give up on the cash. He's got... Oh, no. Oh, buddy, we're going to have to talk some more offline. You're going to have to shoot me a message. Yeah. All right. Moving on. We got... okay, we're just watching that, so I'm going to switch over. This is Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp. This is I believe their most recent episode. There was something in here I wanted to cover. Yeah, UFO transparency is closer than ever. Will Trump take action? And this was recorded the 26th, so about 6 days ago. If you've already seen it, apologies. But like I said, I'm catching up. All right, let's take a look here.
A cacophonous cavalcade of conversation, George, because the cool thing about our friendship with the people you just mentioned is that oftentimes we violently disagree on fundamental aspects of this UFO topic, but we've maintained our friendship and been able to talk it through. And to me, that's a very special relationship. I really respect each of these people and their opinions. So I am way more interested in hearing their opinions because I know they have dissected things in ways that I couldn't or didn't. But just in general, like I said, on other episodes of Weaponized, I am so happy that this movie exists. The ability of this movie to exist, it was well made. A lot of people we know, a lot of people we brought forward, initially on this topic were shown and featured in such a cool light. It really is a huge endeavor to make a film like that. So I congratulate Dan. I congratulate his whole team. I congratulate, Jay Stratton, everybody, Lou Elizondo, people that participated. Now, of course, I've got some bones to pick with the movie on factual reality. But then I also want to say we learned a lot of things that were never uttered in the way that they were in this film before. So overall, man, I think it's really important that everybody watch this film. I think that you have to not just turn off your brain after you watch it. It should lead you to inquiry. And it feels really good to have a discussion like this kind of booming into the media, but we have to be careful. We have to be careful. Just after the last hearing, which is not featured in this movie because of the timeline of when the movie was made, right after the hearing, we had an assassination of Charlie Kirk, and the media took over, and a lot of what could have been picked apart from that hearing wasn't. So we have an opportunity now to really push so that we can gain more understanding and put the pressure on people, grind them down to make more disclosures. And I think that falls upon us and journalists in general to do that. So I see this as a huge opportunity, and I just hope we don't lose it because of one little thing that can happen from an international event. That's how I feel about the movie.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about the congressional hearing. A lot of information came out directly related to the content of this movie. Crash retrievals, reverse engineering program, people who'd come forward and spoken about it. We've interviewed all of us.
Love it. Francis, where's Eric? Fuck you, I'm out of here. I love it, buddy. Hey, I'm glad you decided to hop on. I'm not sure where Eric is. I sent a message. We have kind of like a friendly group chat, and I just assumed they may be taking the evening off or something. Let me just double check here. I'm with you, buddy, on that. In fact, that was like one of the movies I watched while I was on vacation at night was the Into the Darkness one, the new Con one. It wasn't bad. I've definitely seen worse. So, anybody else? I'm alone on that one. You guys are like, unsubscribe. Oh, he's still hosting. Oh, good. I was into the video today, so that's probably why I haven't seen him. Cool. Well, yeah, dude, if you're in Eric space, you're gonna have a good time, and you're probably gonna learn something. So, I certainly, if you're not here and you got time to kill, would definitely recommend hopping over there. Love working with Eric. Super smart, super intelligent dude. Been around the block, knows what he's talking about, and yeah, just love working with the guy. Let's see what else we got in here in the comments. We got Ron saying cooler technology than levitation, and I assume you're referring to the dialectic vortex technology. Science to blow your mind. Yep. Francis says reality, Star Trek. Yeah, see, I would like flip that over probably being Star Trek. Cool. All right, so we're going to continue on with this. And again, this is Corbell and Knapp talking about their take on the Age of Disclosure documentary. And apparently Corbell already has a couple of complaints at the ready.
In this group have interviewed and talked about and written about the material that came forth in the movie in bits and pieces. The power of it is having all those people in one place spilling the beans. And it depends on what the audience is, which audience you're talking about, how much effect it has. For the UFO believers who already accept this stuff as truth, and people who are generally interested in the topic, I think it reinforces what they've believed for a long time. And that's a positive. For people on the edges of it who have a casual sort of interest, I think the PR campaign is maybe more important than the movie. Dan Farrow was on Joe Rogan. He was on CNN. He was on with Bill Maher. He's been everywhere. And millions, tens of millions of people have seen those interviews who will likely not pay $20, $25 to watch the movie, but got the message. There are so many articles that have been written about it. The headlines pack a lot of influence. People who will read the headline, part of the article, and never watch the movie, but it'll stick with them. And then, of course, you got another.
I mean, fair enough, George. Fair enough. That's a very, very valid point, right? Like, we all have a pretty good idea what it's going to be. At least, especially those of y'all tuned into this channel right now. We got a pretty good idea of what an announcement like that would be. So, yeah, I think he's pretty dead on with that. It's a really good assessment, actually.
Other audience of people who hate it, who don't believe it, and that includes UFO believers and non-believers. You'll hear them the same bitching and moaning. All right, you had a bunch of people talking about it. The programs are real. Yeah, they're big shots, but where's the proof? Where's the evidence? Where's the data? Same thing. And then the skeptics saying the same exact thing. Michael Shermer, Jeremy, you sent me an article that he had written. Yeah, say all this stuff all you want, but where's the evidence? Well, these people are saying it's classified programs, national security. We can't show you all that stuff, but we're telling you it's real. And they're in the same position as the UFO diehards who say, I won't believe it until you show me the craft and show me the bodies, which is not going to happen, which is not. So I don't know who wants to jump into this first. I think the movie's a good thing overall, and it's powerful. And the PR campaign has been maybe more important than the movie itself. But
okay, but like we just watched Carl Nell on Fox News say we have non-human biologics somewhere in this country. And like, okay, he's retired and he's not in uniform and he's not representing the government at an official capacity. But he did for like a really long time at a pretty high level. And I think going through his stuff, I found one lawsuit. And it was Colonel Nell filing suit against the Army. And honestly, y'all, I am not going to go dig that up right now. But I will if you're interested. I have all of it downloaded. The entire case information, but I will tell you this from perusing through it, it didn't seem like anything crazy. It just seemed like a dispute that had to be resolved in a court of law. And that's just how it happens sometimes. Yeah, I'm with you, Zionic. Right on, George. Exactly. Let's see. Francis says Peru got bodies and what is that? NO1 core? You have to explain to me what NO1 core is, buddy. I'm not very bright. I'm slow on the uptake. I'll get there eventually, but I'm very slow on the uptake. I know that you're talking about the Peruvian mummies, right? Yeah. Those are interesting. Not gonna lie, those are very fascinating. I went to a website. I think I still have it bookmarked that had some 3-dimensional breakdowns. Very fascinating because, like, even if they were some type of human form, if that was the case, the metal and all that stuff, like it's very strange. Very, very strange. All right. Speaking of very strange, let's go back to this video here.
But we'll see. Ryan, why don't you start it off? What'd you think about the movie and where do you want to take it? What does it mean?
Yeah, I thought it was a very excellent movie. You could tell there was a lot of effort and money put into it. It wasn't done haphazardly. It was well researched and well edited. There was a lot of interesting developments in that movie, but I was really interested in Jim Clapper talking about a UFO program studying UAP entering training ranges such as Area 51, maybe other training ranges. And my question is, like, what's actionable with that? How can you have the former director of national intelligence and the former director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, he had a long Air Force career. I mean, he's as mainstream and as credible as you get. How can he get on this documentary, say there's a UFO program funded by taxpayer dollars, and yet Arrow, just as an example, our UFO program in the Pentagon's put up by Congress, is saying there's nothing to see here. There's no evidence of extraterrestrials, as they like to put it, because they don't want to say non-human intelligence. And yet James Clapper is telling us, wait a minute, no, there's a UFO program. Well, okay, well, if there's nothing to see here, then why is there a UFO program? Is it still going on? And just today, Chris Mellon, he had a video put out in the, I think it was the Disclosure Foundation, and he was calling for people to testify under oath to the Congressional Armed Services and Intel committees. 4 different high-level people, or 3 different people from the Air Force, one person who's Don Merricks, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, the Deputy Director for Science and Technology at the CIA. So to me, if this film is going to count, then it really has to be actionable. So Congress should be inspired to do something, subpoena people, do what public citizens cannot do. You have all the momentum now that this film came out, so do something actionable. That's what I think about it.
Ryan, real quick, because when you say things, I got to jump in. It's a big deal. So we had Clapper not only say there's a UFO program, he was not talking about OSAP, or ATIP, or any of that, or even Kona Blue. He was talking about an Air Force study, an Air Force UFO tracking program. Now, remember, last Air Force program we're supposed to have is Project Blue Book. That's kind of an atom bomb, because what, Arrow didn't find that? Didn't reveal that to the public? Huh, weird. Maybe they should have called James Clapper. So that's pretty crazy to begin with.
Let me add a little other element here.
Oh, buddy, Ron, you hit the nail on the head there, man. I could not agree more. We don't operate in certainties. We can't say that's a fact, right? But we can look at actions that people take or don't take, and just through deductive reasoning, right? It's that old actions speak louder than words, pictures worth 1,000 words, same kind of thing. Like, there's what you say and then there's what's done. Oh, that's so cool, Ron. You personally talked to Gru? Yeah, I love Gru. I'm a big fan. I mean, I love Greer, but I'm a big fan of his work. His CE5 freaks me out a little bit. But other than that, yeah, I think his mission of advising people, like if it was a threat, it would like it'd be done, you know. And if it is a threat, what are you gonna do? Like they're so beyond anything you could possibly imagine. So relax, you know. Like this has been going on for thousands of years, and sometimes you just got to go with the flow, and figure it out. But yeah, you know, Greer also, I feel like, has been hardened over time too, you know, and I get it. He's probably been fucked with more times than, good Lord. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine the fuckery that guy's had to deal with. Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah, Francis. That's probably why you love Eric, buddy. You know, like Greer's to the point now where he doesn't have time for the bullshit. For sure. Oh, Ron says cash. Cash what? You had to pay him cash to talk to him? That's not what you're saying. Oh, it's all about the cash. Well, I mean, we're in a, like it or not, we are in a capitalistic society. And I like it because I like the United States. I fucking love the United States. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on the planet. So yeah, you're right. You're right. It's all about the cash, and sometimes that leads down some fucking dark, twisted roads, man. Oh, I agree, Zionic. Yeah. Zionic says, egos aside, Greer's been more consistent. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. And you know, it's so crazy that we have to preface it like that, right? That we have to say, and I appreciate you doing that, but it's just an observation that, you know, we have to be so careful, because people literally choose a side, and it's like, battle, you know, and it does not have to be like that. People are right, and those same people are wrong. You know, people are wrong, and then those same people are right. Like, that's how it works. But to be so strong in your convictions that you're not open to anything else, you gotta be careful about that. But also, if you do have to have a line in the sand, and Greer is one of those guys, certainly has a line in the sand. Don't cross that one. Nope. You need a good shell when dealing with people who keep mocking you. Oh, yeah, dude, I'll tell you what, Eric is... He'll have your head spinning, that's for sure. Oh, hey, Kathy, good to see you in the space. Welcome, welcome. We are just hanging out. You are witnessing an unplanned podcast here. I've been gone for the last week, and I am catching up. Right now, we're in the middle of looking at the weaponized podcasts breakdown of the age of disclosure, since I am a cheap bastard and I refuse to pay for it. All right, here we go, fellas. Back to it. And ladies, back to it. Maybe.
James Clapper is no friend of UFO research. When OSAP was trying to become a special access program, what's not been made public is he fought tooth and nail to kill it. He was whispering to, I think Ashton Carter at the time was the Secretary of Defense, and of course it did get killed, but he was adamant about this is useless, worthless, no value here, kill it, and it was killed. But I don't think that's ever come out before, as far as I can recall. But it's interesting now he's out on the forefront of spilling the beans.
A little bit he is.
A few years ago, he did an interview. I think it was on CNN, and I think he mentioned how he may have been part of the problem of like more people don't know about this. I don't know if he was referring to what you just said, but yeah, he was out there but that was one of his few interviews. I think it's the only interview he had given on UAP before the movie.
He should keep repenting then, because it's really good to hear. And George, he specifically mentioned that they were seeing UFOs over the test site, over Area 51. So he's not talking about our black projects. Just think about that for a second, right? Everybody, he's not talking about our black projects. He's talking about some foreign technology, something that's not ours, UFOs over Area 51. Can you imagine, George, why there might be UFOs over Area 51?
Must be secret programs that planes were building or something. I read in the Wall Street Journal it was all made up. They made up the whole thing. They started that rumor because they had some fake UFO photos and everybody fell for it. So maybe Clapper is one of those who fell for it too.
Jeremy, you mentioned OSAP. What is OSAP? I've never heard of OSAP. I saw the movie. What is this OSAP you speak of?
Right. So I guess, one of the things about watching Age of Disclosure is I saw how people could come together to create I'm going to say a narrative that was easily digestible by the public. But anybody that knows the true history of how these UFO programs that George and I have reported on, and George has reported on this before anybody, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. The absence of the acknowledgement of OSAP was troubling to me. And maybe like you guys can pick apart why you think that might be troubling.
I think once people start, if people are new to this and they go, oh, this is really interesting, I'm going to start digging deeper. And then they discover skinwalkers at the Pentagon and they discover OSAP, they're going to say, this movie isn't accurate. And I think, Danny, you brought it up, something we know about. We know this isn't accurate. What else do we not know about that they're talking about is also not accurate? So it's going to, it's going to put that out there. And we want transparency and truthfulness. And I understand not wanting to go there because it gets really messy with orbs and, the biological effects and what Jay Stratton and his family experienced. I get that, but you could have mentioned OSAP, the paranormal connection, and said, we're going to we'll address it in another movie. And I know Farah has said that in interviews, he mentions OSAP, but for the movie, it may create a credibility problem, which we definitely do not need.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, man, it didn't seem like it was lost in translation. It seemed like they wanted you to believe that that ATIP, was correct, and the New York Times had received the $22 million that funded this whole study, and it just and it ran for that long, and that's just not true. And that's, I think that's okay in some ways. Like, I'm looking big picture, but George, I wanted to know what you think, because you reported on all this from the embryonic stage. You were in there reporting on this before anybody ever knew about it. You gave that wink and the nod in Hunt for the Skinwalker in my movie, saying something big is about to happen. So it's got to kind of, because you're friends with all these guys, so it's got to kind of irk at you. So can you give me your perspective? I think our audience deserves to hear it, man.
Well, again, I don't want to be a turd in the punch bowl or rain on the parade of the movie, because it's a great movie and it is important. But that is a pretty glaring omission. And I was glad to see Lou Elizondo and Jay Stratton on the same stage, even if they weren't being entirely truthful. But if you're making a movie and you're calling for disclosure and honesty, and we want to know the truth, tell us the truth. We can handle the truth. We want transparency. You got to live up to that standard too. And OSAP got the $22 million. That's the money that Reed got for it. ATIP came later. It grew out of it. It did not have a budget that we know of. Lou Elizondo and Jay Stratton were involved in it, but they have had very vigorous, I'll put it that way, vigorous disagreements about what program did what and who was in charge of what, that they have expressed for a number of years. The fact that they've come together and found some common ground that both are able to agree on for purposes of the movie is probably a good thing. Having the movie out without a bunch of internal squabbles is good. But eventually, Jay's going to have his book come out. I think it's still wrapped up in the Dopser process. And I don't think it's going to toe to the line of the sequence of events that we heard in the movie. I just don't. And because they aren't. And the people who were involved directly with OSAP, who are here in Las Vegas, are not likely to come forward and raise a stink about it. They're just not. But I can tell you, they watched this and they were pretty upset about it.
Okay, so we've done right for your friends that actually ran OSAP and did all that work. It's got to feel like they're a little bit robbed, not.
Okay, this has like been a thing since ATIP and OSAP reared its head. And I say its head because it's the same program. Ever use a nickname for someone? So if you've served in the if you've served in the military, you know acronyms are a huge part of that. It's just a thing. I mean, it becomes so a part of your daily life that when you get out, it weirds you out that nobody uses them because they seem so efficient. At any rate, OSAP was essentially the nickname for ATIP. If you were going to a meeting about the $22 million funded program, the heading on that paper would read ATIP. It would not read OSAP. What was my mic name? Did I mess something up? Okay, so it was ATIP was the name of the program. Now, when these folks would communicate about this program on what we call like the back channels or other communication applications that are classified that we probably don't even know the name of, they would refer to ATIP as OSAP. But they were both the same program, right? So just think of OSAP as the nickname for ATIP. Okay, but it's the same thing, right? You've got William and you've got Bill. Just a different way of calling the same person, the same thing. Okay, so ATIP, OSAP are the same. And intelligence fucking loves this because it just makes it more confusing for folks like us trying to figure it all out and decode what does it mean. That's why Lou Elizondo came out literally years ago, has done countless interviews on all kinds of podcasts, and it has been years, and people still don't understand the difference between ATIP and OSAP. You're good, Kathy. It's, it may be this, because let me see, if I do the comments regular and then remove the banner, usually my name will come up. Is that what you mean? Yes, no, maybe so. Okay, I'm going to catch up on the comments here. I hope Nap gets to see the aliens. Dude, that's so awesome, Francis. I do too. I really do. I hope he gets a day or more where he gets that closure, that final confirmation to him that he hasn't been chasing a ghost for the majority of his life. Absolutely. Did Art get murdered? Remember when Art seen the UFO? Madman. Markham, do you mean Art Bell? 2015, Art Bell is amazingly relevant. Okay. Where are you going with that, Ron? Oh, my nickname. Oh my God, Kathy, forgive me. The print is small from where I'm from. That was like my mic name. My nickname. Let me see. I don't think I ever really had one. I'm trying to think. Football, sports, rude friends, parents. I just never really had one. Although nobody would ever call me Gabriel. It was like too many syllables. It was always Gabe. People would try Gabriel with good intentions and bless their hearts, but it would never work out because at the end of the day, it's just too many syllables. When you can say Gabe instead of Gabriel, it's so much easier. Okay, I digress. Back to the interview here.
Not having that told, that part of the story, but let's maybe it's not like that it's a matter of truth. Maybe it's just a selective telling of a part of history. I think it's a nicer way to say it because I think it is true. For example, another thing in the movie is when they say it was Jay Stratton he has been so straightforward about this, and I really respect the way he talks about it. But I think he was dancing around something. He says we bumped into the legacy program. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that for 1 second. I don't think he bumped into it. I think that Jay Stratton, had direct knowledge of the legacy program. I think Lou Elizondo probably has a large history with the UFO thing that is not public yet. And I'm sure he's dying to tell people and just maybe can't leak.
Jeremy, do you have any idea what you're saying right now? Looks like Psionic looked into it for us, says Art was an OD by record, so possibly pushed in the right direction, as they say. Oof. That's such a bummer, man. That guy was great, right? That guy was great. He was great. He had this great sense of separating the completely lost their mind to no, this is a person that experienced something that shook them to their core. And he had this great ability to just sense that and did a good job of keeping all the riffraff out, if you will. Okay, now, speaking of this report, I wonder how big I can make this. That's sort of big. So, friend of the show, Luis Cayetano, he actually just wrote another article on his website, ufologyiscorrupt.com. And I want to make it very clear, the name is more of a shock value thing. He's not saying all of ufology is corrupt, but he does point to some of the instances in which he believes there have been dishonesty and some misrepresentations of the facts. He wrote this paper, he co-authored this paper on the OSAP ATIP confusion with Vijay Ballester-Olmos and Luis Cayetano. They actually completed this not just this last summer, but the summer before last. So this document is about a year and a half old, this analysis here. And what Luis points to here is we spent this money, and really the only official documentation the taxpayers can look to was a privately written book called Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, written by Lakatsky, Kilcher, and Knapp in 2021. The claim was the book would clarify confusion, seems not to provide all the answers, while nevertheless providing some. One, the current circle is not a standard book review, which already exists, and two, rather, it is sort of a data mining effort, with the book serving as an initial source and reference pertaining to recent developments in the UAP government milieu. What an extremely strange way to put that. And my apologies. I'm trying to get to a position where we can see it better here. Okay, so I guess with me off the screen is the best way, which is probably better for you too. All right, we get into this research here, and we find out the OSAP and ATIP programs are examined in full detail, outlining a number of contradictions in the existing information. And despite recent sightings tending not to have many of the folklore-like high strangeness aspects pertained for centuries, with modern waves showing similarity to crowd scare episodes reaching back at least to the 17th century. So essentially implying some of the reactions to some of this stuff could be there could be a medical explanation for it. So I'm not saying one way or another, but I want to hear like any theory that could be possible and make sense. And to me, making sense is like, does someone benefit? Is the risk versus reward kind of minute? In other words, if it doesn't work out, can you cut your losses, walk away, and it's not going to ruin your life, essentially? Okay, so moving on here, as we work through this paper, what we begin to see is that ATIP, as I was saying earlier, and OSAP were the same program. There wasn't an ATIP over here and an OSAP over there. It was one big group. They weren't separate. It was the same thing. OSAP is what they would use to refer to the official name ATIP, in particular when they would send emails, because those types of things get recorded, and so there's a higher level of standard, so you use the code name in that instance, which was OSAP, not ATIP. So the important thing here, oops, if I can fix this. The important thing here is that, again, Luis Elizondo is overrepresenting his level of involvement with the ATIP program, and actually had so little knowledge of the program that he was calling it the wrong thing at the wrong times. Just like presenting photos that aren't really photos of UFOs. When you're at a UFO conference and there are elected officials in attendance, this is called dropping the ball, my friend. And this is why it's insane to think you were ever in charge of ATIP. All right, let's get back to the interview here.
Legally, because he's always said he's telling what he can legally, and a lot of people come from that. I know, like even Dr. Lakatsky, I mean, I am convinced, George, not out of belief, I am convinced that he was read into the legacy program.
Well, sure sounds like it, from him being inside of a craft and then sharing that information with a number of notables. Sure sounds like it.
Yeah.
He's a stickler, as we both know, very much to our frustration. He won't go further than he's allowed to go. And I suspect the same is true for Jay Stratton and Lou Elizondo, too. They'll say what they can up to a point. They'll drop hints. The fact that they find a common ground to tell part of the story in advance, what they know is part of this movie, is good. But eventually you have to come clean and tell the accurate story.
Yeah.
I think. Danny?
I loved it. I loved Lou in it. I loved Jay in it, and all these people we hadn't heard from. But now, retired Danny, just curious, retired from the UFO thing. Do you have any thoughts on all this? We were beating a dead horse here, but it's important because it's historic fact. Do you have anything you think about this?
So I'm retired as a blogger, and I feel bad when you guys say I'm running a blog.
So before we let this guy continue, I just want to say, Psionic, I love that comment. I've never seen an expert look so clueless as Lou until I witnessed Kash Patel. Can someone tell me what's happening to Kash Patel's eyes? Are they literally crawling out of his face? Is there something behind them pushing, or is there some kind of vacuum pulling from the front? I'm not sure, but it does not seem natural. I'm sorry. I just pictured it for a moment. Okay. All right. Let's let this gentleman continue.
Still, but it's still there if anyone wants to check it out for prosperity. I'm not retired from the UFO subject. I'll always be interested, and luckily I have everyone on this live right now to hear some of the great ideas from. I don't think the issues that we're bringing up right now with the movie play to the general public, as you were saying, Jeremy. As important as they are, and as important as they are to the people involved with the programs, I think OSAP and ATIP kind of get combined, which we've seen ever since the New York Times article, and we've seen it in public presentations. Those two programs just get combined, and they're once again combined in this movie for whatever reason that is. The movie, but that is an issue.
Again, they are not combined. It is the same program. It's the same program.
But at the same time, I just don't know that the public, general public, is going to care. But as Joe said, maybe they will eventually when they start reading the books and digging in it, and if they're really interested in it. The movie itself, I'm as pessimistic as I am these days, and how jaded I am and hard it is for me to get excited about things. I was really excited about the movie. I was smiling, and I really loved it. I thought it was great. It was great recap of what we've all kind of lived through since 2017, and the progress that's been made. They recapped everything. It was also a great State of the Union, I felt like, of where the UFO subject is and some of the problems it's running into. I really liked how Lou kind of drove the movie. It was cool to see him doing some narration. They had him at the with the piece of chalk and everything. That was kind of cool.
I love that. Yeah. The chalkboard scene, it reminded me back of the Lazar when George was filming. Yeah.
I thought Hal Puthoff stole the show. They gave him a lot of airtime. He did great. It was amazing to see him talking at length, which we don't always get to see. We've heard him, get interviewed by George over the years, and but his interviews aren't that common, and we really don't get to see him talk a lot. So that was really cool. I thought he really did steal the show. However, my favorite quote in the whole movie, and I wrote it down, was from Stratton when he said, he was talking about the legacy program, and he said, "It's so bad that we really aren't going to make progress until someone shines the light on them," talking about the legacy program. And I feel like that it may be kind of where we are with the whole disclosure thing right now. And we really need to hammer down on the legacy program itself. I was also kind of surprised that they gave so much attention to the legacy program in the movie. And we always...
Yeah, I feel like the people that broke the law and that hurt other people should be held to account. I really do. You don't have to follow an illegal order. If your CO comes up to you and says, "I need you to break into this house over here, tie up the whole family, beat them all to hell," you don't have to follow that order. That's ridiculous. Okay? Your United States military, as much as they want you to believe it, are not a bunch of mindless idiots. They're very well trained. They're young. Okay? They're young. But they're very well trained. In a lot of cases, they have senior folks over them because they're young. And they handle things... What do you guys say? What do y'all say? 7 out of 10 times? 6 out of 10 times correctly? I mean, it's not bad considering just war is awful to begin with. But they usually do a pretty good job at what they have to do. So I just think it's interesting. Let's see, I got some comments. I'm sorry, y'all. I missed these comments here. Everyone on the panel. Wow. Everyone on the panel is a Lou supporter. Just to keep in mind. Same program. Interesting. Things to note, everybody. My device is the only device that repels nickel. What? Ron, get out of here. What do you mean your device repels nickel? Our Earth's core is material? Well, what else would it be? Did you think it was hollow, Ron? Kathy, is the Earth hollow? All right. Well, here we go. We'll go back to it.
Always talk about this, the progress we've seen since 2017. When I was talking to people years ago, they didn't want to talk about biological effects. They got...
Oh, sorry, y'all. I just love the interaction. So Kathy says, you know it's an op when you see... I'm sorry. My glasses are just not working correctly tonight. I have to lift them a little bit higher. When you see a message on billboards opposite the base entrances. If it is hollow, oh my God, the Y-files were right. Yeah, well, we know there are underground structures, right? Like 100%. they're there. They have them there for extinction level events, nuclear war. They are all across the country, in the mountains, and they're there. And they're not there just because we wanted to dig a hole in the mountain. You know, I don't know if anybody catched the Netflix Catherine Bigelow film. It's called, I don't want to do it disservice by misnaming it. House of Dynamite. Yes, House of Dynamite. Do yourself a favor. Don't sit down with the kids. Sit down by yourself and maybe some loved ones and watch House of Dynamite, because it is very eye-opening at just how close we are to firing off these ridiculous weapons at each other. And, you know, the Earth will carry on. But humans as a species, if that happens, I have my doubts. I'm sure y'all do too. Let's see. Psionic leverage overrides free will. Very, very true. You don't have to do anything. You will feel like you have no choice. The mission got you to the choice, but it doesn't have to get you home in one piece. Amen, brother. Or sister. I still haven't figured it out. I'm kidding. Iron nickel repulsion. Oh, Ron's talking about his device. Kathy says, will do. Yeah. Be cautious, y'all. And I can't stress that enough. Especially the more I'm learning about PSYOP tactics, the more I'm learning to slow down if I get emotional. Because if you get emotional in an interaction with someone, you could make a mistake. Could be a little mistake. Might make no mistake at all. But might make a really, really big mistake. Okay.
They got really nervous. Like, they weren't allowed to talk about it during the original To the Stars Academy TV show. They really didn't even want to talk about aliens or non-human intelligence till like the later episodes in the show. They weren't really focusing on that. I mean, it was implied. It just wasn't a big thing that they could really talk about. And now kind of the Band-Aid's been ripped off, it seems like, and we've seen that in the show. However, if you notice, there was no mention of, at least that I remember, abductions. So I don't know if maybe that's off limits.
That's the next level, right? Because I remember George, remember this James Fox? He was, going out on a limb to make a documentary about a being. I remember him, he was really scared about it. It's going to kill my credibility in the UFO world as a filmmaker. And we're all, do it. But even as a filmmaker, documentarian on this, James Fox was having those heart palpitations. He's going to start getting into beings, into aliens, and now we're in a different place where we're having these conversations about creatures, about pilots, and we'll get into that a little bit later today, but it's kind of neat how we're now facing it. We're getting past the stigma, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if it's stigma. I think it's stigma, but it's also, I always wonder, why did these people, I felt like whatever it was, they felt like maybe they would get in trouble talking about certain things.
Oh yeah, biologics being off the table for a lot of people, and also just not a lot of people are exposed to that within these programs. It's a very small thing.
Yeah, it felt
it's like the history of UFO world. For so long, people were willing, ufologist types and UFO organizations were willing to agree these craft in the sky are coming from somewhere else. But don't tell me they're flown by somebody else, some aliens or something. We don't want to hear that stuff. And abductions, that was a verboten topic for a long time at a MUFON conference or something like that. That's just crazy talk. So now when you want to follow the evidence where it leads, that exposure to these craft and and beings really do happen, that people get sick, serious injuries are caused by it, and that they start seeing werewolves and stuff. I can understand people not being willing to talk about it. Even the folks who are at Skinwalker, they kept some of that wrapped up for a long time. As crazy as it sounds, the woo factor does affect your credibility when it comes out.
Bud Hopkins said when he first started looking into abductions, he started getting the reports. If he would get somebody who had a repeated abduction, like the second time, he would throw the case away. He's like, that's not something that's very believable. Now it's like, that's really part of the story. They had Terry Lovelace and Bob Jacobs in the movie talking about craft, and Jacobs talking about the missile with the dummy warhead being shot down over Big Sur. Both of those folks have talked about their abduction experiences. Jacobs was in Robert Hastings. They have a book together called Confession. They both talk about their experiences. So I assume Farah did interview them about that, but probably didn't have enough time to go there, which I understand. If you're an experiencer, you're probably a little upset about that. But, once again, people will see the film, hopefully come to people like us, and we'll say there's more to the story that you didn't get to see in the movie. So, yeah. But I loved it. I went to see it. I saw it online, and then I went to LA on Sunday night, saw it. I saw the panel. Great audience reaction. And I think the general public is really going to like it, but I don't think the general public, as George mentioned, is going to pay right now $20 to see it. I would love over Thanksgiving for that to be the most discussed topic. But if I tell my family, they're going to say $20. I'll wait until it comes down to like the $4 or $5.
Oh man, everybody should gift people the movie. I'm sorry, that kills me. People pay $20 for such crap these days on Amazon. Just buy the damn movie. Everybody should watch this because it is an A to Z estimate of the situation about UFO land, and everybody can see it. I mean, come on, buy the movie.
Another big takeaway from the movie that I think will probably affect the public the most, in my view, is Marco Rubio. He was really candid. He was just very candid, or else he was edited that way, one of the two. But because of his stature and position,
I mean, just buy it, y'all. Just buy the movie. Just buy it. Just buy it. It's only $20. You can own it for only $5 more. Just buy it. Just buy it. Just buy it. Just buy it. Oh, help me, please. I'm losing my mind. Goodness.
position in the government right now, I think he was probably the most important voice in the movie. Maybe not dropping the most bombs for us, but as far as what the public sees and to draw people in, he lent the most credibility.
If you're a member of the media, how do you not have a show on Sunday with Clapper and Rubio as your guests talking about this topic? It's like, how is that not happening? Is it going to happen?
Well, the movie just released. Give them a beat. Usually there's a 2-week thing where mass media will pick up, what, we're doing in this kind of field, but, give them a week.
I think it's number one, right, on all the streaming services and movie rentals and stuff. Ryan, did you just see it now this past week or this past weekend, or had you seen it, hints of it before?
The movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the whole thing. One part that I thought was really well done and fascinating is when Hal Puthoff was talking about the warp bubble and how the technology works. I just found that endlessly fascinating. How I don't know how certain they are this is how the technology works, but based on his description, if you're inside the warp bubble, time travels differently. You experience time differently than if you're outside the warp bubble. And it was really fascinating how Hal Puthoff said that this may be why people experience missing time. If you get abducted and you go into these craft, well, you may be there for 30 minutes, right? And the beings on that craft are doing whatever they're doing to you for 30 minutes, and then they drop you back off wherever it is, and you look at your watch and it's been 6 hours. It hasn't been, well, it was 30 minutes for you. It was in the craft, and it was 6 hours for you outside of the craft, which I can't even understand. But I found that really interesting, and I just love the imagery and the graphics they use to describe the technology. It's like it's unbelievable. This.
Okay, so like to me, look, I'm gonna be real. I'm not a mathematician. Okay. If it was 1996, this right here, this guy, this would be a calculator watch. Okay, and that would just be to figure out what I got to tip the waitress. All right, but I will tell you this. There is nothing that these gentlemen are going to say that is going to cause you to have a great ontological shock. And there is no footage of anything that's going to do that to you. Because the bottom line is, if something like that were to happen, it would pick up so much natural momentum. You literally could not stop it. It would be like a bowling ball flying down Mount Everest, covered in sticky cement. Not a good situation. UFOlogy. I'm sorry, reading the comments, y'all. Kathy, when you take a pic of the orb, you're really capturing the space-time warp around it. That makes sense for why they're always fuzzy. And Rod says, at least you'd have the picture of the real Nazi deal. What? Rod, what happened? How come? What happened? Now we have the ins in the chat. I don't get that. I don't know where that comes from either. But I do get it, like, because you go down that road of symbolism and connections. And I know that they did use symbolism and occultism. So I know there's that whole thing. But I just personally, I just tune out when I hear that stuff. To me, and everyone is entitled to feel how they feel. Absolutely. But to me, it's just one of those things that is so awful and so grotesque and so shameful. It makes, when I really meditate on it, it makes me ashamed to be a human. When I think about what happened in those concentration camps. So yeah, at any rate, on that happy note, we'll go ahead and continue. Oh, buddy, you got a snowstorm, huh? Oh, man, that's the worst. Well, hang in there, stay warm, make sure you got lots of candles, all that good stuff.
The space-time engineering component of the phenomenon of the craft. I'm really happy they included that, because just from a scientific standpoint, I found it really fascinating.
You guys,
By the way, I think that story was broken when there was a clip of Lou Elizondo being interviewed by a guy named George Knapp on 8 News Now, if I'm not mistaken, many years ago.
I mean, Danny, is that, I mean, I would argue, and I think I've got a very compelling case to argue, that the entire concept of how these craft work is exactly as described by Lazar in 1989. And I will defend that because I took exquisite notes on this, exactly what was said in the documentary, but it describes the 5 observables, because if what they are saying by a bubble, Ryan, is a gravitational distortion, a time-space distortion, that is exactly what Lazar described. In fact, it describes the stealth aspect of a lot of the craft. If you were really listening to what he said, I'm sure you were, Ryan, we picked up on why it would describe that observable. Hal said that, these structured fields were beginning to be able to see, due to sensor system platforms, the energy.
Oh, I just saw your comment, Kathy. No, I've never been approached about anything. I mean, I've made my story well known. So, like, if anybody ever wanted to talk to me, I'm more than happy to talk. I've already said my story a few times. Like, it was nothing crazy. I just saw a craft. I think when I was young, I thought it was a UFO, and for a long part of my life, I thought it was a UFO. And then when I finally started slowing down in life and starting researching things and taking my time and really looking into things, found out it's probably was more likely some kind of classified craft that they just would have people rather believe it's a UFO than the classified craft. And I get that. But at the same time, if you look at that whole world, that whole intel, counter, like it's such a game of lies and deceit that you could get away with anything. I mean, look who the president of the United States is, for example. Me, the new Art Bell? Oh boy, no. I could never, not in a million years, be Art Bell. That guy was a one of a kind. No, I never did. I mean, I would if they asked me to. I don't know how much it would help, but like I said, I think it was probably like Raytheon or some weird craft, Bigelow Crest. Who knows? But definitely. Probably human, and probably very advanced, and that's why it looked like magic. It looked like a UFO to me, and that's kind of how that works. You see a new I mean, take yourself to 2010 when that first iPhone dropped, and then like the first time you handled an iPhone or a smartphone, and you were just like, wait a minute, I have the whole world in the palm of my hands in my pocket. It was truly amazing. So, let's see here. The Undisclosed. There you go. That's the new channel name, Ralph. The Undisclosed. Art Chime. Oh, you guys are great. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Kathy. I'm gonna throw that up for people to read. And it also I can tell it's a thought like you really wanted to get out, and so you were typing fast. But I love the point. They lie constantly, consistently. For so long, I doubt we'd recognize the truth. I mean, it's so crazy, right? That we've been manipulated and messed with, and now you have AI, and like that just adds this whole new element of foolery. So it's very interesting. Well, I'll tell you what, I would be happy to do this job. First, I have to graduate college, which I'm 12 credits away from. I'm going to graduate this February, probably setting some kind of school record for oldest person. But yes, I will be graduating. I'm going to be when I grow up. The study is project management, and it's a skill of helping people. One moment here. There we go. It's a skill of helping people in a lot of different groups at work come together and figure out projects. People that don't normally work together come together and help them figure out how to get projects done. It's a lot of fun. But yes, I would love to do something like that in the UFO community. Absolutely. I mean, we need that. We need people that, like, you know, they're not trying to make a buck off of it. You know, I think that's where the problem comes in. It's so tough because I do understand you've got to pay your frickin' bills, man. It's the United States. No matter how good of a person you are, that landlord is going to want the rent at the end of the month, right? So you have to be able to come up with a living. And if people put themselves in a position where their living is catering, and maybe that's a terrible way to put it, but you're in a position where you have to make sure you're not going to turn off a certain amount of people, because then people will stop watching, and you need those watches to pay your bills. So I'm much happier to be in a position where, like, this is a passion of mine. So I'm just going to say how I feel. And it just is what it is. It's not something that you're going to influence me with. I'm not for sale. So one thing that's true, you'll always get what I really feel about something 100%. And if I don't know, I don't know. Like, that'll be my answer sometimes. Like, I don't know. Because sometimes that conversation I had with Brian was really helpful in that aspect. Because he told me, he said, look, you're going to have, like, this is unlike any other thing you can report on. And so you have to have a bucket for maybe later, right? Like, it's not bullshit. It's not, we think this is good to go. You have to have a bucket for maybe later. We'll come back. We'll take a look. And that's where that story landed. Let's see here. Sonic says, that's why you will see groups attack anyone that is keeping receipts to cross-check when they have previously. So, yeah, for sure. What they previously said. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, like, and that's another thing about being so certain about what you're going to say, right? If you're like, I know it's this, and damn it, I know they're from Venus, and they've got 6 sticky fingers on each hand, and blah, 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 blah. And it turns out they're androids from the future. Whoops. You know? But yeah, I got to tell you, this future human thing, that's another thing that's really been getting attention. One of my early days, one of my first interviews was with Eric Mitchell, who had that interview with, well, not interview, interaction with Michael Masters. And they ended up having a frickin' telepathic conversation. Have you ever had a telepathic conversation? I haven't had a telepathic conversation. I would probably shit my pants, literally, if I heard my daughter talking to me in my head without moving her lips. I'm just being honest. Is it gross? I know. But I'm just saying, it would literally scare the shit out of me. And I don't know how much y'all know about Michael Masters. Don't worry, I'm not going to launch into a podcast or anything. But if you want to know more about him, probably my favorite interview is the one he gives on Danny Jones. The what was that? Concrete. But I think they kind of lost the concrete thing. I think it was just called Danny Jones at that time. But Michael Masters on Danny Jones. It's a great interview. Michael Masters, you can also find film of him giving lectures at UFO conferences. And if you have any inkling that it's possible that us from the future is either observing just observing or possibly even interacting with us from the present day and us from even further back. It's pretty wild to think about. One of my very first interests in this field was Dan Burrish, who claimed that these future humans went back, and some of them decided to go back to ancient times when their tools truly appeared as magic to these people, and that they were then worshipped as gods and kind of just lived their best life until their death and decide, you know what, I'm not going back to deal with all that. And so what if this tomb has my Egyptian name on it? Whatever. So it's a crazy thing to think about. Let's see. Ron says Planet Earth has been happening for me. I'm sorry, happening for so long. Who knows what might return? Absolutely. Absolutely. Sonic says, yes, on a lot of acid in the 90s. Me and 4 others. I love it. Had a 29-minute conversation just to be told later by others we never said a word and just stared at each other the whole time. Whoa. Wow. I bet that freaking blew your mind. And did you all, like afterwards when the high came down, did you all remember that the same way, or did you remember it in different ways? Because that is just fascinating to think about, that you could just slip into a telepathic conversation with somebody. I mean, it sounds like something out of Stranger Things, right? Nuts. Okay, I'm awaiting your reply, Psionic, and while I'm doing that, we're going to go ahead and proceed. We're about halfway through the top 10 most shocking moments.
In a similar vein, insiders describe how even mentioning UAPs could damage careers and credibility.
There really were religious fundamentalist extremists within the Pentagon that had a severe adversity to this topic.
According to the documentary, high-ranking officials proclaimed to those in charge of the programs that, quote, in their world, these are demons, and the program was, quote, poking demons and messing in Satan's world. This religious stigma and professional risk created a chilling effect, discouraging inquiry and further study at every turn.
I'm briefing about an advanced aerospace vehicle that has been detected on multiple sensors that's absolutely there, and you're telling me that you think these are demons and that we shouldn't even look at them and study them.
Number 6, advanced.
Okay, now, little inside baseball for that gimbal and that go fast and that tic tac. Now, I know you all know what's going on all the time, probably much more so than I do. But I'm wondering if you happen to know. Hold on, let me get this pulled up here. Oh, what happened? There we go. Okay. If you all happen to know.
That's absolutely there, and you're telling me that you think these are demons and that we shouldn't even look at them and study them.
Number 6.
Okay. A little birdie out there that's really good at doing FOIA requests found out what those things were. Had a prosaic explanation for all 3 of those videos. At least believed they did. And this was Susan Go. And Susan Go, knowing that we could explain each one of those videos scientifically to the New York Times, instead said, don't tell him. don't tell them we know what it is. Why? Why wouldn't she want the media to know that we know exactly what those three things are? Anybody got any thoughts? I mean, I'm asking genuinely. I can think of a few reasons. There's obviously just having access to that. I mean, that's number one. Access is power. Number two, power. You could interchange those. Power should probably be number one. But I find that very interesting. And that's another data point. When I say I find that interesting, I promise you I'm making a note of that. Because I'm going to go back to that. Right. Right, Kathy. Exactly. Very interesting. Okay.
6. Advanced worldwide impunity and directed energy weapons. First-hand
Oh, shit. Seeing Francis is like, this is why you needed Eric.
accounts described within the documentary detail the U.S. government's inability to intercept these UAP because they outmaneuver our own most advanced aerial vehicles.
We learned that UAPs present serious national security concerns and a potential existential threat.
One official interviewed in the film somberly stated it this way regarding a similar UAP event. Quote, "We were unable to maintain air sovereignty over North America," end quote. Allegedly, this has been happening worldwide since the 1940s, if not earlier, and continues to this day.
To be clear, non-human intelligence has been actively conducting ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance of some of our most sensitive U.S. military facilities and nuclear sites.
A pilot that was interviewed said it was now being witnessed almost daily. In the film, a scientific advisor to the UAP task force claims that credible U.S. government intelligence details a UAP crash in 1989 recovered by the Soviets, in which they, quote, discovered a very advanced direct energy weapon, as well as 4 humanoid alien bodies.
The Soviet scientists took apart the recovered craft and discovered a very advanced directed energy weapon.
Number 5, Need to Know and the Legacy Program. Officials who ran the U.S. government UAP programs, according to the film, were shocked to discover another, much larger UAP program called the Legacy Program, hidden away from congressional oversight.
The Central Intelligence Agency is responsible for the oversight of the overall effort. You might think of them as a little bit as a headquarters element.
The program was said to be retrieving and reverse engineering crashed UAP since the 1940s. Allegedly, the program involved multiple U.S. agencies, the CIA acting as essentially the headquarters, the Air Force covertly securing and retrieving crashed UAP, and any non-human bodies that might have been involved in the crashes.
They basically can get to a site, gather material, whatever it is, and once it's in their possession, they have the authority to classify it and therefore make any information about it unavailable to the public.
The Department of Energy using their unique classification system to hide this information much deeper than the regular U.S. government classification system was able to do, and defense contractors reverse engineering the crashed vehicles. It's possible that even the president isn't considered need to know.
They've used the security and classification language in the Atomic Energy Act to hide the legacy crash retrieval program.
Number 4, biological effects from exposure to UAP. The film highlights reported biological effects to those who have interacted with UAPs.
They had data of military personnel, intelligence.
Okay, quick question. Gary Nolan creep anybody else out? Temperature check. Anyone? Creeping anyone else out? Asking for people's blood. and their medical history and other stuff. No opinions on Nolan. Okay, I get it. It's recorded, so I understand that. I'll go on record and say kind of creeps me out a little bit, especially what I've heard from Christopher Wolford and other folks that have had interactions with Mr. Nolan. So if you see him, it's not a promotion of him. He just happens to be in the video we're watching.
Officials and others associated with the Department of Defense who had direct interactions with UAP, and because of that direct interaction, suffered some kind of medical harm.
According to Dr. Gary Nolan, who was approached by U.S. government agencies to review the data from some of these injuries to government officials, this has included horrific burns that lead to secondary issues, as well as scarring inside of their bodies and inside of their brains.
You can imagine if you get too close to it, you're going to get harmed.
He suggests thinking about it like being affected by the energy from the back of a jet engine, just a lot more powerful. One such official, Mike Flaherty, is a retired U.S. Navy and Air Force intelligence officer. In the documentary, he recounts his time with the government, including having an experience encountering UAP and having similar biological effects because of that interaction.
Those of us who have investigated it, we become part of the investigation or investigated by our colleagues.
Number 3, covertly retrieving craft and bodies. According to the film, a secret war has existed where nations since at least 1947 have competed in the recovery and reverse engineering of crashed UAP.
We learned that the Legacy program was involved in a long-running secret war with other nations to collect and reverse engineer vehicles not made by humans.
The documentary claims that some sites contained non-human biological remains, which were then stored and studied in classified programs. One official even claims 4 bodies were recovered during the Roswell crash in 1947.
The recovered material from the crash, including the bodies, were all sent up to Wright Field, which is now called Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
According to him, they've used classification and security language within the Atomic Energy Act of 1946 to obfuscate such recoveries, keeping their existence hidden from the public for decades. Jay Stratton, who worked on the UAP topic for 16 years as a senior intelligence official on behalf of the U.S. government, even claims that he has seen non-human craft and non-human beings with his own eyes.
I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings.
Number 2, the space-time bubble. The 2 scientific advisors in the documentary, Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis, may have the most interesting lens due to the data they've had access to, which isn't even all of it, since the Legacy program put a stop to their access.
Okay, so that's about to end here in a second, but I just have to chime in. And thank you, Watch Mojo, for this clip. But I just have to chime in when I hear Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff as being the lead scientists of anything. Yeah, I said it. Not because of the claims they've made over the years. If Hal Puthoff could actually back up the claims of some of the scientific breakthroughs he's seen over the years, nothing but praise for the gentleman. Incredible. I think he has an amazing fascination with physics and reality and dimensions and space and time. And I think it's mostly healthy. Mostly. Because, you know, it's cool to say you're a scientist on social media or whatever. But when I go to view your actual work and it's a joke at best, I start calling into question a lot of things I've heard from that individual. Let's see here. Ooh, I like where this conversation is going here. So let's see. Sonic Edge says, yes, on a lot of acid in the 90s, me and 4 others had a 29-minute conversation just to be told later by others we never said a... Oh, right. That was a psionic conversation. Yes, we all swore we were having a normal party conversation, but others who were only drinking said we were awkward and silent and they thought we were messing with them. We showed up already peeking. Okay. And then Raph points out demons don't need craft. Kathy says, first I've heard of it. Sonic says, letting us know is letting our advisory know. Interesting. Ron chimes in. They're all creepy and probably the aliens. Oh, about Put Off and some of the CIA guys, wouldn't surprise me, to be honest, Ron. Zionic, I trust none of the MK DARPA scientists. Amen. And Hal Put Off is another Dr. Jolly West. Lord, I hope not, but I would not be that surprised. I just don't trust the man. And like I said, when you go and you look at his work, you realize if he is a legitimate scientist, he's not very good at it. I'm pretty sure, unless they took it down, and if I was Tom DeLonge, I probably would have taken it down, but I'm pretty sure if you go to the Stars Academy website, you can go look at the study that they did. They paid, speaking of art, they paid Art Bell $35,000 for Art's Parts, which was an anonymous box that was sent to Art Bell full of this kind of hunk of metal. And it looked really interesting. It looked like it was several different metals kind of laid together out there. And so To the Stars goes and buys it for $35,000. They take it back wherever their academy is at that time. And Hal Put Off and Eric Davis begin running tests on the material. Now, what they find after their battery of tests is that, in fact, the material is not interstellar. It comes from rock and other components that are from our own solar system. But what they say is the way it was layered together is not something any human could do. At least not with the current technology that we have. Could we take all of these different metals and layer them together like that? So that was a scientific claim that it was not an interstellar rock or interstellar piece of a UFO, but rather it was some piece. In fact, maybe it was a piece of a UFO that is all these local metals molded together. And my favorite part of that report is at the end of it, they say, you know, we were going to bring in a third scientist, you know, because that's normally what you do. You get an independent scientist to verify your findings. But we just had some scheduling conflicts. And so, yeah, we're just going to issue the report like this without any third-party review or verification. I don't know many good scientists that would be willing to put their name on that. Okay. Now, please, I'm not shitting on Hal Puthoff. I appreciate Hal Puthoff for what he is. I think he's a individual that's very motivated by kind of operating in the fringes, and I think that's really cool. I mean, that's that's the kind of stuff we love, right? Like, if you got into X-Files in the 90s, like I'm a Generation Xer, and that was the whole thing, right? Was, what is that out there on the edges that we don't talk about much? It's good stuff. But it can be used against us. Remember that. 100%. This fascination can be turned to fear, and fear can be turned into control. Let's see here. How Puthoff is another doctor. Right, got that one. I said I'm not sure if he's as bad, but I definitely respect that opinion for sure. I see where you're coming from 100%. Kathy says, oh no, is Hal with DARPA? I don't think so. I'm not sure. Has anybody heard anything? To me, I've always viewed Hal as kind of a CIA carte blanche type of guy. Like, he's a badass, and they want him working on things that fascinate him. And that's usually what he ends up doing. Okay. So, not to skip other reviewers of this movie. Now look, that interview we watched with some of those folks was from Mojo, and this interview we're gonna watch is the Unveiled podcast, which also is somehow related to Watch Mojo. So I don't know if that's like a channel or a group, or man, you leave for a week, you come back, and it's all so confusing. But this was another breakdown of the age of disclosure, not with George Knapp or Jeremy Corbell. So a little bit different vibe, and hopefully we'll get something different out of this one. You all tell me what you think. Okay, we'll bring them full screen here, and let's check out this interview.
The new UAP documentary that everyone...
Oh, by the way, now look, if you hate Darcy Weir, I apologize. I don't hate anybody, so I can pretty much deal with anybody. I'm the only person I know so far that hasn't blocked anyone on X. I think, not that I'm above it or that I wouldn't do it. I just haven't done it yet. Because I just feel like, have your opinion, man. Even if I 100% disagree and don't think there's any validity to it whatsoever, I still think we all have that right. Now, banging it while you're running down the street and all, that's a whole nother, argument or whatever. But we're in a free country. You should be able to think what you want. Let's see. Ron says, my vids are by far the coolest and the latest discoveries. Unless you're into Carlin. Oh, this is why I love Ron hanging out, folks. Okay. Here we go. Let's check out this interview here.
Everyone is talking about
Everyone's
the age
talking
of
about
disclosure. Let's just kick it off with first impressions about the film. There's been a whole lot of buzz since it was premiered at South by Southwest earlier this year. What were your immediate impressions after having watched it?
I really liked it. And I think it's a very polished and mature voice in terms of telling this story to the public. So I understand why it was rumored to have been played to congressional members in private setting, because essentially they're using this film as a disclosure review update for people that are not up to speed within Congress. Like, if Chuck Schumer says, hey, so-and-so, have you seen, all this history on the UAP, UFO cover-up, and they say no, they can take them into a setting where they can watch this doc in Capitol Hill area and they're up to speed. So I understand why. It's just super polished. It looks like it was shot on an RE Alexa cam. Like, it's not being shot on iPhones and, a Canon DSLR. This has real Hollywood production value to it. And you see that in other films Dan Farah has been involved with. Obviously, he was a producer on The Phenomenon, which is James Fox's director film. He was director of that film. But, you watch sort of the change from The Phenomenon to the program and Moment of Contact. There's a difference, right? There's a shift in that sort of quality. I think Dan Farah really puts his signature quality on this film. It's all him. And I was pretty blown away. It was great. I mean, the only thing that I guess could be a major argument against it is that maybe it's a recap of a lot of things that seasoned UFO researchers or historians already know. But I think it's intended for a broader audience than that. And if this lands on Netflix or Amazon Originals afterwards, after its windowed release as a transactional film, I wouldn't be surprised.
So yeah, Dan Farah is the director, a big-time Hollywood producer, and there was obviously a considerable budget that went into making this film. And as somebody who's been in the trenches for a long time, making a number of films on an indie budget, such as yourself, do you think that the resources that went into this, the celebrity connections and everything, does it feel like a win for the disclosure movement? Or do you feel like this is kind of like Dan Farah is kind of like just a tourist in the space and that it really isn't making a meaningful impact?
No, I think it will make a meaningful impact. Like I said, it's probably meant for soccer moms and politicians that might be curious about this issue, and people that are in general interested in UFOs. If you look into it, UFOs, or UAP as they're called now, are the number one thing Googled around the world, other than pornography. So there's a fascination there from all cultures. Are we alone in the universe, right? And is there secrecy surrounding the answer to that? So I think if you're able to tap into that and you have a really polished film like this that presents this cascading deluge, as I've said on commenting to Dan Farrow on like X yesterday after I finished it, of testimony, quality, credible testimony from people that are from a military and political / intelligence background. It's going to be convincing to a broader audience that something is going on here.
Yeah, Dan Farrow was just on Rogan, and I started watching the interview. I haven't completed it, but one thing that he said that stood out to me regarding the testimony that you mentioned, because he had 34 high-ranking government people interviewed in the film, and he said that testimony from people like that lends more credibility than any video evidence ever could, because today, anything that comes out, people are accusing it of being AI or a deep fake or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So do you agree with that? Do you think that testimony from these people with the reputations on the line who have real world experience, do you see that as more valuable than if they were to release a new piece of video footage?
I wouldn't I think that's a bold assertion that we can't, video is not as good as this testimony coming from an intelligence or military background. But I would say it helps, it helps to have that, because you would like to think this person is telling the absolute truth. They have no reason to really lie on camera, especially a massive amount of people that are coming from different backgrounds in military intelligence and the government.
That's really a lot of it is pretty impressive to see just the amount of folks that have come out and just some of the quality of what we have seen. We look at some of the more frustrating moments, trying to get the government to just acknowledge we're dealing with something that's beyond our capabilities. Just to admit they're thinking about it is nearly crazy. And so the UAP task force was a huge win, but we had to know that it was going to immediately be the target of anyone against some type of disclosure. For God, so many reasons. I can't sit here and list them all. Y'all know what they are. So many reasons that they don't want that information out there. I don't know why in God's name a federal whistleblower would need an agent, Psionic. I really don't. Other than, okay, so if I really think it through, either they're scared for whatever reason, they're scared, or they are researching, maybe working on a book or something like that. Those are the only things that come to my mind. Okay, I'm going to let Darcy continue here, and then we're going to move on to another subject here.
They seem to have seen the data or experienced firsthand the phenomenon. And, I'll give an anecdotal, example here with Jeffrey Nusatelli, who talks about the Vandenberg Air Force Base UAP or UFO encounter incursion over the airfield. It started with this red sphere, and that was during the day. 3 Boeing contractors witnessed that. They reported it to the rest of the personnel at the base. And then Jeffrey and multiple other people witnessed this massive rectangle object return that night that blocked out the stars, that was, you know, a football field sort of in size, completely silent, hovering, came up with a light initially and then flew off at like thousands of miles up the coast in speed. And dozens, according to Chaz, one of the witnesses, and Jeffrey Nusatelli, dozens of people on the base had further corroborating testimony about that incursion. So when you have that, probably there's all kinds of reports that go with that, because when you work in these settings with serious events like that, you have to fill out reports that go up the chain and get archived and all that. So they'll be buried there somewhere within, you know, the classified archives of UAP and UFO material. But you know, it's when you hear about that, you have two people from credible backgrounds, Jeffrey and Chaz, who are in the film, that both give testimony to that event. And then they say they interviewed other people on the base, and it was in the dozens. I'd say maybe there are videos from people that witnessed that from the base that maybe will come out eventually, get leaked or something. But the corroborating testimony is important. So I do understand that, what Dan Farah is saying on Joe Rogan there.
What do you think about Lou Elizondo as being the central figure of this doc? It seems to me like the sentiment online is that Lou has lost some of his credibility over the recent months. There's been a few incidences where he's presented photos that were quickly debunked, that he said that, or was implying were UAPs. This has happened on a couple of occasions. And he's very much the star of this movie. Like, there's a segment where he's basically on a blackboard, you know, like a scholar, taking us through the 5 observables, or 6. There's a 6th one. What do you think about that? It seemed like a little bit like performative. Are you on board with Lou? Is he still in the driver's seat of the disclosure movement, or do you think that, you know, it was maybe not the best choice to have him as like the figurehead for this movie?
That's a complicated question, and it comes with a complicated answer. So to break down his credibility, I think there is still credibility there. What people tend to do in all walks of life is do what's considered reductionist arguments, where if there's one flaw in somebody's argument, the whole argument is thrown out, even though there's all kinds of valid parts to their argument that should not be thrown out. And for Lou's case, his situation, yes, he presented some what we found to be debunked photos in the past. So there was the reflection, I think, of like a chandelier or something in one earlier presentation he did that was surfaced, and debunkers went mad with that. And then there was the irrigation circle that was at one of these conferences in Washington, D.C. that Eric Davis and all these other guys were at. Supposedly, this is what I hear, he was given that photo right before he walked up to the podium. He didn't do proper vetting of that, but he said, if you listen to, before he introduces that photo at the podium, he says, this has not been fully verified, but this is an example of like a craft size that has been seen. And, you know, he's trying to use the size of that irrigation circle looking flying saucer as an example of something, you know. Well, we got testimony from the Vandenberg Air Force Base. Apparently there was like a football field sized object there. Mario Woods is featured in this film. He was at in Missouri at a strategic nuclear missile base. And when they went to one of the silos, a football, he says a Walmart, super Walmart sized object that was a sphere was hovering over that, right? So I think what the context behind him presenting Lou that photo that obviously wasn't real, he was trying to say like something like this has been observed by many credible people within intelligence or military, right? And then that the debunkers, you know, give them a piece of rope, they'll become a cowboy and they'll just shoot you down, whatever. I still think he's credible and I still think he's relevant because he's done things post 2017 that we just never even, this wasn't a wide issue that was discussed in mainstream media before 2017. It's because of Christopher Mellon and him that broke this open to the New York Times and Politico and Ralph Blumenthal and everybody that started covering this en masse. And they've been doing stuff, you know, in Washington, D.C., behind the scenes to push to get the UAP Disclosure Act and all kinds of stuff pushed forward within Congress. So again, there's all of these things that somebody's done that's trying to get to the bottom of this reality that's not fully embraced around the world in the mainstream. And yeah, they make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. I make mistakes. I'm sure you have, or some of your viewers have too. Do you completely turn black and white on that person when they make a mistake?
Yeah,
no.
That's a valid point.
I don't think so.
Another thing, he's always reminding us too that he is still bound by his security oath and that there's things that he knows that he can't talk about. What I'm wondering is that, like, can we really consider this to be disclosure when we have somebody who is still bound by the restrictions of the organization which he is critiquing? You know, like he's kind of like part of the system that he's trying to fight against. And I think that's what one of the problems that a lot of people have with him.
Yeah, I think it's obviously disclosure is, again, a complex thing. You know, when you talk to experiencers, people that say that they've literally saw a UFO themselves, civilians, or been on board a craft or met a non-human intelligence or something, they'll say, we don't need any of this military or intelligence or government involvement. We know it's real, right? The problem is that this UFO community has mainly been run for the past 70 to 80 years by the experiencer group. That's why when you go to conferences, you hear experiencers doing lectures, you know, Whitley Strieber, these types of folks. And that hasn't really broadened the topic. It makes it more niche because only the people that are really on the fringe, that are really open-minded, will go to that place to explore these ideas. But when you're talking about the government, the military, intelligence complex coming forward saying, you know, we're going against the grain by talking about this stuff in the public, then you're broadening it. Then you're making it more mass digestible because you're talking about the scientific aspect. And I really liked that in this documentary. You know, they're breaking down the ideas scientifically about who are the non-human intelligence behind piloting these craft? How are they operating the craft? Are they using certain types of technologies? Like where are they from? And all these sort of existential and scientific implications are presented, and that's more mainstream. And I'm not saying the experiencer crowd doesn't do that.
Man, that's such a great point. Psionic. You know, calm bullshit, willful ignorance, peppered truths are disinfo 101, right? It's definitely like when you hear them peppering in little facts, but the story doesn't sound right. Yeah, it's probably by design. This hasn't been verified, quote unquote, yet goes on to say it was direct from the pilot that took them. So yeah, it's just like another example of what drives researchers in this community. They go from, they start off as well-meaning UFO researchers that just want the truth, right? And then over time, if they're doing, actual journalistic work and research, they're starting to find out how much of these stories that are out there are really coming back to like just the same couple reporters. I mean, literally in some cases. And then on top of that, you find out that there was this project going on called Mockingbird, where the CIA was essentially controlling over 400 news reporters across the nation and had them saying and reporting anything they needed them to say and report. And the crazy thing was, like, they didn't even know, the press didn't even know that they were in on it. So what are we seeing here, y'all? Is the age of disclosure about disclosure? Or is it just another fucking mindfuck? Is it just another 2.5 hours or whatever of trading war stories and then saying, call your politician? Because I'll tell you, like, I don't need any more of those. I already know that. Have called the politician. Probably on that stupid watch list. I'm polite. I mean, I'm exaggerating. I'm probably not on a watch list, but still, like, I've done that. We've tried to support responsible, safe disclosure from day one. And it is just absolutely incredible to me that we still have these two separate sects, these two sides of the same coin, arguing about what's better, what's worse, what should we do. It is literally becoming toxic. I mean, people are walking away from the subject. People are walking away from the research because it's like, it's coming more down to personalities than facts. Okay, here we go. Psionic's got some for us. What you guys saying? And so you mentioned the Rand Corporation I see here in this comment. I'll give you a little teaser here. So I do plan at some point. Here we go. So I want you here, Psionic. I want you to hang with me while I do this, because it's loading. In the meantime, I thought this was funny. Look, this is all Avi Loeb 3-Eye Atlas videos that have come out like in the last week or something, or last few days, but they're all fake. They're all AI Avi Loeb. Talking about 3-Eye Atlas being an alien ship. Crazy stuff. Okay, and still loading. So while we're waiting, y'all, I don't know if Francis is still here or not, but I am working with Eric, and we are working on this project on Deciphering TV where the plan is so far to have kind of a continuously running live stream or streams, right? They don't necessarily all have to be live, but just kind of a continuously running channel with several different shows and podcasts and interviews and things of that nature. And one of my, at this point, kind of pet project, I didn't know, okay, that Sean Ryan just did this whole PSYOP thing. So I've decided to slow it down a little bit, but that's okay. That means I get to spend more time on the research part, which is the part that, believe it or not, I actually enjoy. But essentially, one of my first projects on Deciphering TV is going to be about psychological operations. And are we getting to a place, have we been in a place where our best technology isn't even ours? Or is our technology just so incredible it can only be conceived as magic or alien? Okay, now this is just a little teaser trailer, but this is the kind of stuff I'm hoping to produce more of over on Deciphering.tv. So it's going to be an ongoing series, and the first part of that is going to be all about the technology. And once you start really kind of looking into that and realizing how far ahead DARPA and our military, especially special operations, are technology-wise than the rest of us, it is absolutely mind-blowing. And I know it for a fact, y'all. It's not like I'm guessing and read it out of a book. I went into the field and I saw equipment that was easily 30, 40 years more advanced than what we were providing civilians with as far as certain equipment goes. All right, so as I was saying, Psionic, I got the report here I downloaded. Wait a minute. This is not presenting correctly. 1 second here, sir. Okay, here we go. So, this is from the RAND Corporation, my friend. And look at that title. What do y'all think? Hostile social manipulation. Present realities and emerging trends from your friends at the RAND Corporation. And then we have several names down there contributing to this report. The report, it's fucking disturbing. I'll just put it that way. And yeah, for sure, Psionic. Now, this is not going to be in the first episode of that series, but this is a part of that series 100%. When we get to the part where they're using social media to try and influence and see how they can influence our own soldiers, it gets a little interesting. So yeah, I do look forward to going over that, because why on earth? Okay. Let's say you go into work tomorrow. They call a conference. And you go sit down at your desk, and this is handed to you. It is unreal. I mean, that's why, you know what? That's why people think we live in the Matrix, y'all. Because that shit right there is crazy. That even exists in our reality is just wrong. Okay, let me see here. One moment. Uno momento. And we'll let Darcy finish up here.
They do, but it's meant for a smaller audience, because the UFO community is already that small. It's not getting bigger. It's not going mainstream unless this sort of stuff happens, in my opinion. And I think disclosure is a marriage of everybody working together in lockstep, cohesively, not against each other, to have these conversations more in the public, right? To make it more open and less taboo, right? You hear about the things that push back the disclosure, even within the Pentagon or the military intelligence community, where they're calling, repeat observable things that you can prove scientifically with, radar and video and picture imagery and eyewitness testimony, right? All of that stuff combined. And these high-ranking officials are saying to Jay Stratton and Lou and others, those are demons and you're doing the devil's work. That's the real world. Like, even if you go on a UFO Twitter space, the conversation goes from talking about the phenomenon in a scientific way to religious within minutes, because that is the world we live in right now. Everything is coded in religion. And that is a very popular worldview. What's her name? Marjorie Taylor Greene was on Bill Maher, the HBO show, and this actually happened to be when Dan Farah appeared. And when Bill Maher brought up that, all these people are equating the phenomenon to demons and angels and stuff, because Bill's an atheist, he thinks it's kind of a joke. They turned to Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she says, well, that's my worldview, and I think it is. That's what I would think a UFO is. And you can't get around that.
There's going to be people who just see it that way.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that person. That is their worldview. Mm-hmm. But it hinders the progress of discussing this scientifically, because then you're just applying an old book of theology to something that's physical, tangible, and scientifically real, right?
There's some elements of religious dogma within the scientific community as well. They're like the way that they are so adamant about not, like, the part of this whole conversation, and this wasn't really addressed too much in the movie, but it's the whole consciousness aspect of it, which kind of the whole physics about how these craft would work, and they spoke about some theories about how there's a bubble surrounding them which manipulates space-time, and this is how they can travel and things like that. But it flies in the face of all of the physics that we have, and I haven't heard Neil deGrasse Tyson comment about this film or like anything really related to all the information and testimony that's been coming out for the last few years now. So like there's a disconnect there as well, isn't there?
Yeah. The mainstream scientific influencer community, as well as, just scientific academic community kind of shuns the UFO phenomenon. And, I think if it was again, this is a useful thing if Congress addresses this and unveils that it is a very real phenomenon, then maybe the academia and scientific community can be a part of it and actually embrace it. Because right now it's not considered real. You know what I mean? You need to have sort of one before the other. But yeah, I have notes here from watching, like, chat about these craft. It was Hal Puthoff being one of them, and Eric Davis, and they're the scientists, hardcore sort of physicists in the film. They talk about a time bubble, anti-gravity wave riding sort of technology that they must be using, and they're warping time and space. And that's why when we have FLIR video, they talk about two things that I liked there. If you take a video of the sky and something like there is operating, like that is operating like a UFO, using this time-space warp bubble, you wouldn't see it with your naked eye because it's literally warping space around it so that it's as if it's not there. But FLIR video, all this forward-looking infrared camera technology that's on the F-18 fighter jets, the Raptors and stuff that Ryan Graves and the other pilots talk about chasing and detecting this stuff, that sees into a light spectrum and it's able to see something that's even got that bubble around it. That might be why sometimes these things look like a sphere, but then when they pop out of that, there's actually a black triangle or, a oblonged pill-shaped craft, or a disc, a saucer. So I liked how they addressed that. And it's something I've been like sort of addressing in previous docs and stuff before.
I think Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis were my two favorite people in the film because they seem like two guys who just know a lot of stuff, and they seem a little bit less shy to talk about it than some of the other people. Like Eric Davis particularly has talked about the different types of beings that he knows have been recovered from these crashes.
Two distinct species. Yeah.
In the film, he mentioned two distinct species. I think he referenced more during one of the conferences in Washington, which
was the one where Lou held up the irrigation circle photo.
Yeah, I think he was talking about mantis beings and other it was like just that type of information is when you hear it from somebody like him, who's an esteemed physicist. Like, isn't that enough to make you really stop and think, wow, like how can you deny something like that?
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about Eric Davis is that he's a physicist that's been working within that UAP identification program setting. So he's actually a whistleblower and a scientist that was being exposed to this, otherworldly physics, and apparently saw pictures or maybe even film. I mean, that's the thing about the UAP task force. If you listen to David Grusch recently, he went on Fox News and everybody was talking about that interview. When Jay Stratton set that up in 2020 and David Grusch and all these other people were part of that task force chasing up evidence and trying to get information out of insiders that were apparently part of special access programs to do with this phenomenon, crash retrievals or legacy programs where they had data and bodies and video and pictures from the decades before interacting with UAP and the non-human intelligence reality. They essentially say that they saw the data firsthand. They might not have seen the craft up close themselves because that's going to be held in a very secure setting, that maybe only the people that work on special access programs that they were interviewing got access to. But they saw pictures and videos or film, right, of non-human intelligence. And I think that's where people like Eric Davis would have seen, okay, that looks non-human.
All right. So I hate to cut off Darcy Weir, but we're going to move on. So good insight. I'll be honest. It's the kind of insight I would kind of expect to get from Darcy Weir. He remains pretty objective, but definitely leans towards the, nope, this is all bullshit till you prove it otherwise. Which sometimes I'm like, why are you even researching this? If those are your feelings, you know what I mean? If the first thing you do is look for holes in someone's story, I don't know, maybe you're not happy doing what you do. I'm not saying you shouldn't look for holes in someone's story and you shouldn't look at all the facts of the case. I'm just saying if that's all you focus on, you might not like what you're doing. Okay, so young Jesse Michaels goes on the Joe Rogan podcast, and of course the favor is returned a couple of weeks later. Rogan hops over and does an interview on Jesse Michaels. We're not going to watch the whole thing, of course, but we are going to check out this segment where Rogan talked about this very intense dream that he had involving some type of aliens that he is hesitant to say it was an experience, but definitely feels some kind of way about it. And then they're going to talk a little bit about the current state of UFOs according to Joe Rogan. So let's take a listen here.
I want to actually start with, you had a dream.
Yeah.
And this was a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
You had Bret Weinstein on, great evolutionary biologist, and you started off the episode with this trippy dream you had. You want to describe it?
It was the weirdest dream I've ever had in my life because it was the most realistic dream and is the only dream that I can ever remember. I sleep really well. Like, I'm one of those guys, I can go to sleep on a pile of rocks. I can always sleep. It drives my wife crazy because she has a hard time sleeping and I can just conk out. I could not go back to sleep. It's the only dream I can remember that I couldn't go back to sleep. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me before. Well, I woke up at like 3 a.m. or whatever it was, and I was like, I'm up now. Like, there's no way. I laid in bed, I think, for like an hour, and then I just went to the gym. I was like, there's no way I'm going back to sleep. It was very strange. It was very strange because it was like, what is this? It wasn't like a regular dream where, like, oh, you're dreaming. It seems like vague and weird and kind of, opaque. It was vivid. It was very strange. And there was these very slender, tall, human-like things that were talking to me. They weren't gray. They were kind of like pinkish, like us. They were, like Caucasian looking creatures, but they were messing with me. Like they scared me and they're like, we're just playing around. And so they were doing there was some weird kind of communication telling me to relax. And the environment was very different too. It was very vivid. It was like some sort of a corridor, but it didn't seem normal. It seemed very strange. Like I remember the walls were lit very weird. And I also remember that there was some sort of water and reptilian element to this. Like they were letting me know, like almost like they had barriers that were very sloppy that were keeping these things out, but they were doing their best. They had people or beings like monitoring and feeding these things and keeping them out. And I was like, what is going on here? And it's like, is this telling me that they're doing their best to keep something from getting to us, but that it's not that secure, that it's kind of precarious and a lot more unstable than we would like to think it is? I don't know what that was all about. That part of it was really weird. That part of it was more dream-like, but the communication with them and the interaction with them was very, very vivid. It was really strange. They had larger eyes than a normal human and a larger head, but not crazy. Like not.
Now this trips me out, y'all, and I'm going to tell you why. And you can go back. Actually, I've mentioned Brian Jackson, I think, a couple times on this podcast. If you go back to my Brian Jackson interview, the night before that interview, I had a very, very similar experience. I can't bring myself to call it just a dream. It was way too vivid, felt way too real, almost too many feelings to handle. And I believe what happened to me is one of these grays communicated to me that yes, they are real. They are here. I fell to my knees and began weeping. I had never felt such shock in my life. Was if my entire world had been flipped upside down. Could this have purely psychological meanings? Oh, you bet your ass. Yeah. Yes. Yes. A good psychologist would go on about what that all means. But to me, when I spoke to that being, and it looked at me and spoke back to me and didn't say anything, it completely rocked my world. And I remember even in my dream thinking, I'm a pretty open-minded guy. If I can, if this hits me like this hard and this intensely, what's gonna happen to all those people that have no control over that? Could be not bad. Or excuse me, it could be very bad if that were the case, because people do desperate, stupid things in desperate situations. Okay, I'll continue here, but it just really, I've been experiencing a series of synchronicities over the last probably 2 months, and I've just been making sure to call them out because I think it's very interesting when they happen. And oftentimes later down the road, I go, huh, so that's why that worked out that way. Okay.
Not like a Gray from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Kind of a little bit like that guy up there.
Oh, interesting.
not quite so big, but like a large head with a very small jaw and larger eyes than normal. But they were smiling. God, I can't remember if they had teeth. I think they had teeth. I can't remember.
Does any part of you think this actually happened, or do you think it was just a dream?
Wow. You know, I don't want to be that guy that like, oh, I know it was real, because I don't.
Yeah.
I was dreaming. I was sleeping.
Yeah.
But it was the most vivid dream I've ever had in my life.
I was telling you outside, you're wearing this epic Betty and Barney Hill.
Oh, geez.
Oh, geez. First abductees, 1961.
You know, I know his granddaughter.
Yeah, is she Angela Hill, right?
Yeah.
She's a UFC fighter?
Yeah.
So cool.
Crazy.
What does she say?
She did my podcast and didn't tell me until after the podcast was over.
You don't tell Joe Rogan?
Her grandfather was Barney Hill. I was like, no, that's mad. That's so crazy.
Did you not say, let's go back in and record?
No, it was already too late. We already wrapped it up and everything. I should have, though. I should have.
You got to have her back.
Yeah, I should have. I should have done it then.
That is wild.
Looking back, that was a mistake.
Well, I thought, because you wore this, I think, on the Gavin DeBecker episode, which is a crazy episode. Everybody should go watch this episode. This guy protects like the most important people in the world.
Yeah.
And he's going through all these crazy CIA conspiracies, basically talks about Fauci's role in the AIDS epidemic as kind of analogous to what he did around COVID. A lot of the fuckery, you know, being kind of the same.
Very similar.
And you're hearing it from this guy who like protects incredibly important people, does risk assessments for these, you know, massive events.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, very wild. Yeah. But yeah, he didn't know what this was.
I thought you were maybe signaling to the audience like maybe I got abducted or something.
No, I don't think I got abducted. I don't even know if I got contacted. It just might have been the craziest dream. And to me, because I'm so into the whole UAP, UFO, alien phenomenon, that maybe, you know, maybe it was just very vivid because of that. It's just very odd for me to not be able to go back to sleep. That never happens. I can sleep no matter what. It's weird.
Well, so whatever it was, it had kind of a disproportionate impact on your psyche. Like it was a big part of your subconscious.
It was tangible. It was like when I woke up, I was like, what was that? It wasn't like, whoa, that dream was fucked. Which I've had before. I had last night. I had a crazy dream last night, but it was a normal dream. It was just like, got up to pee and I was like, what the hell was that? And I went right back to bed. This, I was not going to sleep, man. I laid in bed for a full hour, just trying to go to sleep. And then I said, all right, I'm up. Let's just go to the gym. And I'm in the gym and I'm trying to decide, because I knew I had Bret Weinstein on the podcast. And I was like, I have to just say this immediately, like, because we're going to get into so many different subjects. There's no way I'm going to work this in. Like, I just have to get to this right away, because I just had to sort of document it while it was, you know, only a few hours old, while it was fresh.
And some dreams are like you wake up from them and you're like still in the dream a little bit. You have to like kind of get it. There's something cathartic about retelling it or something.
Yeah, it was weird, man. I don't know what it was.
You said you thought they were beings from the future, maybe?
That's what, if I had to guess, like what they are, they seemed like what we will be. You know, like we are, as time goes on, you know, if you look at ancient hominids versus modern humans, our heads are larger, our bodies are smaller. They're more slender. There's no need for muscle. There's no need to physically move things. These things seem very slim. They seem very slim, and God, I want to say they weren't naked, right? But they had like some sort of a suit on, but they were very genderless. Like there was no defining that's a boy, that one's a girl. There was none of that.
Which feels like where humanity is kind of headed.
Yeah. Which look, I like being a man. And I like women. I think they're fun. I like the contrast. It's fun having a variety of different kinds of people. But it causes problems, right? Because we have these procreation, reproduction instincts. We have primate instincts to be tribal, to acquire resources, to dominate, and to be untrustful of others. There's a lot of stuff it makes being a human kind of cool, because out of that you get art and you get incredible history and like amazing architecture and all these things. But it also it's a fork in the road. Like that is the kind of the bottleneck as a human being, is our natural biological reproduction.
Yes.
And because it lends itself to all these things that you see, like when bears fight over, a breeding female, or when you see deers clash antlers together. Like, what are they doing? They're battling over who gets to breed.
Totally.
And I think that's a lot of what humans do. And then we do it in weird ways. Like we acquire immense amounts of financial wealth, or, the fanciest watch and the fanciest car. And you try to look like someone would want to mate with. And that's really all it is like men and women want to be desired by the opposite sex, or the same sex, if that's what you're into. But it's that procreation thing is what fuels a lot of our bullshit and a lot of our inability to get along, a lot of conflict, and a lot of acquiring resources through horrific and barbaric ways, and dominating countries and invading. That's what it's all about. It's a lot of it is just about breeding.
And it is that like limbic reptilian part of ourselves that does that. And so I wonder, not to like do a full Jungian analysis of this dream, but it's like they're holding these reptilians at bay in the water or something, and maybe there's something.
It seemed very symbolic, whatever it was, because it was the only part of the dream that was kind of vague. Like they were kind of like crocodiles or something, but it was weird. Like they were feeding them, but they had like flimsy barrier.
Again, synchronicities. I went on my vacation, literally read that young book I'd been meaning to read forever. So yeah, they continue. And to me, when I experience synchronicities and those moments where why did we happen to cross paths at this time? Why did this happen to take place during this specific time in my life? Those are all very important questions to me as I walk my path through life. And so synchronicities are definitely one of those ones for me that make me feel like I'm on that right road. I'm walking the correct path. And that's what it does for me so far.
In front of these things to keep, and they were like keeping them. It was almost like letting me know, like, hey, this is you're really close to getting fucked up, and we're doing our best to stop this from happening. But that's just me reading into it. But whatever it was, they were very clearly trying to scare me and then play. We're just kidding. Everything was like, whoa, just messing around. There was a couple of those moments where I was like, okay, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to get me accustomed to interacting with you?
Yeah.
Like, what is this? Because I was very weirded out. And I think they're whatever they were wearing, because I think they were wearing something. But they were, like I said, they were very genderless. Whatever they were wearing was the same color as their skin. So it was strange.
You've been asked a lot about your childhood. Everybody knows you were 4 years in a row Taekwondo champion. That discipline brought you to where you are today in many ways. Everybody knows you're UFO obsessed now.
Yeah.
Was there a moment in childhood where you kind of got alien pilled or saw something, or?
No, unfortunately, I never saw anything. I wish. I kind of thought I did maybe when I was young, but I think it was probably a fighter jet. When from the time I was little, I would look up at the stars and I would just think, well, clearly this can't be the only planet that has life on it. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. And then, going to school and you learn out how many hundreds of billions of galaxies there are. You're like, okay, and how many hundreds of billions of stars there are in those galaxies, and how many planets there must be. Like, for sure there's something else out here. But like, would they be interested in us? Would they visit? And, then I got really into Project Blue Book, and I read a lot of the stuff on J. Allen Hynek, and, and all of the Philip Corso stuff and the stuff from Roswell. And I just became obsessed with reading and watching whatever flimsy documentaries were available back then, and then I think I really got back, because I was always on the fence, like, oh, this is nonsense. This is real. This is not, it's not helping me. Let me just go about my life. And then really Jeremy Corbell's Roswell, Area 51 Bob Lazar documentary is what really brought me back in.
Yeah, and that ended up being one of your most iconic episodes. I believe it's like your second or third highest performing.
It might be the highest one on YouTube. I think it has like 63 million views on YouTube.
It's so crazy.
That one's nuts. That one's nuts, especially considering from that interview, which was what was that, 2000, maybe 18 or something like that. Whatever it was, more and more has come out that substantiates what he said and confirms a lot of the stuff that he was talking about in the 1980s in terms of the design of these crafts, how they manipulate gravity around them, and how they move through space with a very strange propulsion system. And that's what we're hearing over and over again now from these whistleblowers and from these people like Hal Puthoff and all these people that allegedly have information about these back engineering programs, that this is what he's saying is very accurate.
And it's almost like you broke the most gnarly story there was, and a lot of these kind of people who are now in the forefront of disclosure trying to play catch up in some ways, because you have a guy who's claiming to have reverse engineered craft firsthand.
Yeah.
And now you have people, saying, we do have biologics. We have, you have David Grusch giving 40 firsthand, whistleblowers to the Inspector General of the intelligence community, Thomas Mannheim, and he says it's urgent and credible. It's this crazy sort of groundswell, but in many ways we're playing catch up to this guy who was like there at Area 51 in the 80s.
They've tried to discredit him in many different ways. They tried to say, first of all, they tried to say that he never worked at Los Alamos, but that's been confirmed.
Yeah.
And then they tried to say that he was never at Area S4 or Area 51 Site 4, but he was there and he knew it. He knew the layout.
Everything.
He knew people that worked there. People that did work there also confirmed that he worked there.
Originally, I told you, when I worked there, I was on the front page of the paper. So they were still able to archive, bring that back from the archives. And, Bob Lazar, a physicist working here at Los Alamos. So there was at least something there. But somehow George came up with the phone directory.
And then then Bob took George with cameras into Los Alamos.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we flew out there and I said, look, come on in. I'll show you where I worked. We'll go in. We'll meet people. And George went with me.
Janet Airlines, which takes you back and forth between Vegas and Area 51. Area 51 wasn't even really in the public zeitgeist until he came out with it.
It actually wasn't even confirmed until the Obama administration, because the Obama administration, they wanted to expand the barriers for entry, or where people were allowed to access the land, because too many people were getting to non-secure land and taking video. So they were filming and taking photographs allegedly of these crafts. And so they wanted to make it a little bit wider. And so they had to confirm that it existed.
So wild. I think we're going to, so there's a buddy of mine's making a documentary with Bob Lazar. It's called Project Gravatar. And I think we're going to get a lot more confirmation and data points that corroborates his story, your interview of him. I think we're going to find out that S4 is very real too. And that's been denied up until
Project Gravitard. Holy moly. That sounds crazy. I kid, y'all. Okay. We've been going at it for a long time. It's past my bedtime. However, this is a tough one, okay? Because I don't only talk about UFOs, UAP, whatever the frick you want to call him that week, right? I mean, whatever. I cover news as well. And there was a development today in this news that is actually pretty interesting. So Mark Kelly, he's a Democratic senator from Arizona, makes a few remarks on President Trump's Secretary Hegseth allegations of misconduct. Senator Kelly's made it no secret that he's not a fan of Hegseth. I don't think he's slaying too much mud. I think the worst thing he said was that he just wasn't qualified. It just wasn't a position he should have taken. However, this caused some backlash in the White House that Mr. Kelly said, fuck it, I'm going to take it head on. Now, I haven't watched this, but I'm very excited to see what the senator says. Again, I don't give a shit about either side, but I do love someone that doesn't sell out and will fight back. Now, I don't know if that's what this is, but we're going to check this out for a few minutes, and then I'm going to end the stream and head out. And I thank you all so much for chilling. It really is why I do this, is to spread the information, talk about the information, meet cool people, and I really just enjoy doing it. Okay, I'm going to shut up now and let the gentleman talk.
Business, reality TV, and politics, Donald Trump has had one and only one play: bullying his opponents into silence. He did it as a failed casino owner who bankrupted his properties and screwed over his contractors. He did it as a reality TV host known for firing people. And he's done it as president who tries every day to intimidate people with no regards for the rights or well-being of the American people. I'll say this for the guy: while he's never seemed to do much else right for most of Donald Trump's career, bullying people has worked out for him. But not now. Because I won't let it happen. The American people won't let it happen. President Trump is trying to silence me, threatening to kill me for saying what is true. And he sent his Secretary of Defense after me. And it's not going to work. Here's how we got here. A week and a half ago, Senator Slotkin and I, along with others who also served in the military and the intelligence communities, we released a video with a simple message to service members that they must refuse illegal orders. Nothing was controversial about that. Everyone must follow the law. No one may break the law. This is pretty basic stuff. Seeing that video, here's how any other president would have responded. They would have said 2 words: of course. But that's not how this president responded. We've become so accustomed to Donald Trump's behavior that it is worth emphasizing. The President of the United States said that 2 U.S. senators and 4 members of the House of Representatives should be arrested, hanged, executed for something we said, for something that is true. My family knows the cost of political violence. My wife, Gabby, was shot in the head and nearly died while speaking with her constituents. The president should understand this too. He has been the target of political violence himself. The Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives, Melissa Hortman, and her husband were murdered in their home this year. The governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, had his house firebombed this year. Then Charlie Kirk was assassinated at Utah Valley University, a place I visited just a few weeks ago with Republican Senator John Curtis. Faced with a wave like this, every other president we have ever had in the history of this nation would have tried to heal the country. But we all know Donald Trump. He uses every single opportunity to divide us. And that's dangerous. The president's words carry tremendous weight. People listen to him. And he knows that. And that's exactly why he does what he does. He makes these threats to silence people. And if that doesn't work, he abuses his power to intimidate people. And with the consent of Republicans in the United States Senate, he has surrounded himself with people like the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who will do whatever he says with no question, no matter what. Trump and Hegseth, they care more about publicity than they do about the rule of law. That's how I ended up finding out via a tweet that the Secretary of Defense was ordering an investigation into me. The same Secretary of Defense who has, from the moment he was nominated, has been historically unqualified for this position. The same Secretary of Defense who is reported to have ordered a second strike to kill shipwreck survivors in the Caribbean. If there is anyone who needs to answer questions in public and under oath, it is Pete Hegseth. It's a dangerous moment for the United States of America when the president and his loyalists use every lever of power to silence United States senators for speaking up. But we all know that this isn't about me, and it's not about the others in that video. They're trying to send a message to retired service members, to government employees, to members of the military, to elected officials, and to all Americans who are thinking about speaking up. You better keep your mouth shut or else. This has been a singular focus of President Trump's second term. Not addressing costs, not creating jobs, intimidating people, and going after the people he views as his political opponents. He's done it to companies. You better write a check to build my ballroom, or I might not approve your merger. He's done it with universities. You better fire your president, or I'll pull your research funding. He's even done it to late night hosts. You better not make jokes that I do not like, or I'll get you taken off the air, and I'm going to take your company's broadcast license. And he does it every week with Republicans in the House and the Senate. You better toe the party line, or I'll make sure you never get reelected. Folks, this comes at a cost. And not only to American companies, colleges, and comedians. It damages every American's freedom of speech and the balance of powers that form the foundation of our democracy. Because when Republicans in Congress are too afraid to disagree with this president, it means that his bad ideas go unchallenged. He has slapped reckless tariffs on countries across the globe, skyrocketing the cost of everything from groceries to school supplies. Republicans historically, well, at least a year ago, they hated tariffs. But when it comes to voting to undo them, they are too afraid of Donald Trump. So Americans pay more for just about everything because of spineless politicians. It's the same with healthcare costs. There are Republicans in the House and the Senate who really want to do something to prevent these healthcare premiums from spiking for millions of Americans. The solutions are simple, but President Trump says he doesn't want to. So nothing happens. Nothing except a government shutdown. It goes on and on. The president has gone too far. Everybody needs to wake up. The occupant of the Oval Office is ignorant to the Constitution and has no regard for the rule of law. Trying to silence me, in proposing to court-martial me, in threatening to kill me, for fighting back when our democracy demands that we must fight back. President Trump has crossed the line. And this time, it's not going to work. I will not be intimidated by this president. I am not going to be silenced by this president or the people around him, because I've given too much in service to this country to back down to this guy. In 1991, when Donald Trump was driving the Taj Mahal casino into bankruptcy, I was getting shot at over Iraq and Kuwait. In 2001, after Donald Trump said that the collapse of the Twin Towers meant he now owned the tallest skyscraper in Manhattan, I was carrying flags honoring 9/11 victims into space on a rocket ship. In 2003, when Donald Trump was writing birthday greetings to the monster Jeffrey Epstein, I was the first on the scene to recover the bodies of my fellow astronauts who died when Space Shuttle Columbia exploded during re-entry. In 2011, when Trump was hosting a reality show and peddling conspiracy theories against President Barack Obama, I was sitting next to my wife's hospital bed as she recovered from a gunshot wound to the head. My point is this: I've been through a lot worse in service to my country. The president and Pete Hegseth are not going to silence me. They aren't going to keep me from speaking out, and they're not going to keep me from doing my job. Enough of the bullying, enough of the intimidation, enough of the threats, enough of your nonsense. Doesn't help anyone in our country afford their groceries or pay their medical bills. And it erodes the rights of every American. My job is to fight for them, to stand up for the Constitution, and nothing is going to stop me from doing my job. Thank you, and I'll take some questions. Hold on a second. give me that folder. There. Just sit this down here. Can you, I know it's Manu from CNN, but for everybody, just starting with you, just say who you are, what station.
The White House said today that Admiral Bradley gave the order for that second strike on the Venezuelan boat. They also said this was a lawful strike. Yesterday, you said the second strike could be a war crime. Do you think that Bradley committed a war?
Let me just start, Manu, by saying that there needs to be an investigation. We need to pull some of these members of DOD and the military into the armed services committees in the House and the Senate. That's what the White House is saying. I hope what has been reported is not accurate. I revere members of the United States Navy, especially special operators, Navy SEALs. These are the most highly trained, individuals in our military. I have deep, deep respect for them. So I hope what we are hearing is not accurate. I will say, though, as somebody who has sunk 2 ships myself, that folks in the military need to understand, the law of the sea, the Geneva Conventions, what the law says. And I'm concerned that if there were, in fact, as reported, survivors clinging to a damaged vessel, that could be, over a line. I hope it's not the case. I truly do.
Should Admiral Bradley resisted that order?
Again, I am, not sure of all the facts.
Okay, I'm going to flat out say that is a war crime. If you've neutralized the threat and there are survivors after the threat is neutralized, and you order a second strike specifically to murder the survivors after the first strike, that is a war crime. If this truly is a war on terror, any survivors would be apprehended and detained. So this shit is hard for me. I'm just going to be real, because it's not okay. I've been talking about the Venezuela boat strikes for a little while, okay? I've been dropping video here, dropping video there, kind of hinting that, like, maybe we should think about acts of aggression and acts of war before actually, carrying them out. So Trump decides, even though on the grand scheme of things, Venezuela imports very small amount of our overall drug supply, illegal drug supply in this country. It's beans compared to the amount that flows from Colombia and the amount that flows from Mexico or from Colombia through Mexico. Either way, Colombia and Mexico are where the drug cartels are. And anyone with a brain knows that. So why does a president target an area that isn't even known for having an issue. I mean, help me understand this. So Venezuela's a problem. And instead of due process, what they are getting are strikes from above, from planes they can't see, while they're operating their boat apparently in a known drug trafficking area. Apparently, out of the entire ocean, these cats all take the same route. If you're not picking up the sarcasm there, I'm laying it on pretty thick. This is what we were all afraid of when the Patriot Act got passed. This is it right here. This is a leader with unchecked power that can attack and murder anyone he chooses. Okay, so let's look at the actual news report here. Give me just a moment, and what we're gonna do is take a listen in on what in the world took place here.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are demanding answers from the Pentagon about those military strikes on suspected drug boats and a new report that they may have committed a war crime. Democratic Senator Tim Kaine and Republican Congressman Mike Turner appeared on the Sunday talk shows calling for more information.
There is a buildup that the president has not explained in a way that relates solely to the actions that are currently going down in the Caribbean. It is certainly a significant concern in Congress.
It's time for Congress to rein in a president who is deciding to wage war on his own say-so, which is not what the Constitution allows.
All right, CBS News national security correspondent Charlie Daggett is joining us from Washington this morning. So, Charlie, bring us up to speed on the concerns in Congress about these strikes and what's alleged, what the Washington Post is alleging happened. The order that the defense secretary gave to those commanders who were on the ground during, I guess, what was that very first strike that you reported on way back when it happened.
Right. So the thing that they're debating over right now, aside from the legality of the strikes in general, is that first strike where the Washington Post reported that there was a second strike. Sometimes the military calls it a double tap, when you go back and see if you've hit the target. And there were survivors in the water. And that raises all kinds of questions about war crimes or what exactly this operation is, if it's special ops. But either way, in a military engagement like that, that is strictly forbidden. And that's why, as you said, congressmen on both sides of the aisle want to know more about it. Now, Secretary Hegseth hasn't come out and said, I did not order that. He wouldn't specifically talk to that. But he said, as usual, the fake news is delivering more fabricated, inflammatory, and derogatory reporting to discredit our incredible warriors fighting to protect the homeland. He then released a sort of meme showing a turtle blowing up a drug boat, or a suspected drug boat. The RPG fired by Franklin, I guess, is the character, toward the vessel, and there's an explosion. So that's the way he's handling it, but I'm not exactly sure he can continue to deflect the heat of what's happening there. I've just come back from that region. Look, there's no way to overstate it. The United States is preparing for war. They are tooled up. They've got the aircraft carrier there, the Gerald R. Ford, F-35s, the Reaper drones with the Hellfire missiles thought to be responsible for that. All of that's happening right around Puerto Rico and in the waters off Venezuela. B-52s have been flying over there, F-18s from the Ford. are overflying areas, not over Venezuela itself, but certainly skirting the coast and making a show of it. Also, the Marines are there. So you're about as tooled up as you can get for a military posture.
So, as you know, the president declared over this weekend that the airspace in and around Venezuela is closed, quote, in its entirety. The president also was asked about those that alleged double tap, and what did he have to say about that? Because it does seem, you know as well as I do, when the president has some degree of certainty about how he feels about a particular subject or a particular policy, he's not very shy about letting the media know. For example, when he was asked about the federal troops in Chicago, perhaps if there were too many, he said that in his estimation, there were not enough. So when he feels strongly about something, he's going to come out and say it. He was asked about this double tap, and it seemed kind of wishy-washy to me.
It was a bit wishy-washy, but he said, in his words, Pete said that it didn't happen. So he's putting his trust, as in a normal environment, you would put the trust in the Secretary of Defense. But he is sort of defiantly saying, look, this is Pete Hegseth's mission, and he's driving it, and he feels fully confident in his defense secretary. Now, in terms of closing the airspace, as he said, to airlines, pilots, drug dealers, human traffickers, et cetera, Venezuela's government forcefully rejected it, calling it a colonial threat to undermine the country's territorial integrity. Now, this happened a couple of days ago, and it put everybody on edge, of course, because we're waiting, right? As I said, they are postured. Whether they're going to engage in a military conflict that goes on to land strikes may be irrelevant at the moment. They are absolutely postured to do that. That's where you send a carrier in. If you think about the strikes on the Houthis, the kind of aircraft, the kind of what's called the strike package is for those kind of strikes. So this might be psyops. This might be, giving a warning to the leadership of Venezuela. But it's got everybody on edge, and of course, Venezuela's come out swinging.
Yeah. All right, Charlie, reporting for us, as always, my friend Charlie D'Agata in D.C.
And there you have it, my friends. What we are dealing with. Like, are we ever just not going to be at war one time? That would be cool, right? If we could just not be fighting a war. Okay. Here is some more information on the strikes and the possible legality or illegality of these strikes.
Tensions between the United States and Venezuela have been building for months, with the Trump administration having ramped up pressure on the country by launching strikes against alleged drug boats, deploying military assets in the Caribbean, and putting a $50 million bounty on the country's leader. Nicolas Maduro. The international feud has now drawn accusations of war crimes as fears grow that a war in the Caribbean country is on the horizon. Here's everything you need to know about the latest on the conflict. In August, President Trump secretly authorized the U.S. military to use force against Latin American drug cartels, classified as foreign terrorist organizations. In a show of force to combat the cartels, which Trump blames for flooding American communities with fentanyl and other illicit drugs, the administration sent U.S. warships into Venezuelan waters. But Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro wasn't happy with the U.S. deployment, calling it an illegal regime change attempt. 2 Venezuelan military aircraft even flew over a U.S. Navy ship, conducting counter-drug operations in the area, in what the Pentagon described as a highly provocative move.
But I would say, General, if they do that, you have a choice of doing anything you want, okay? If they fly in a dangerous position, I would say that you can, you or your captains can make the decision as to what they want to do, all right? Sure.
Trump has been critical of Maduro's leadership and doesn't recognize the dictator as legitimate. This past summer, the administration placed a $50 million bounty on the leader's head to face outstanding drug charges in New York. According to one survey exclusively shared with the Post, Most Venezuelans don't even consider Maduro legitimately elected, after the dictator stole the country's past 2 elections. In early September, the U.S. military began carrying out strikes in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific, targeting suspected drug smugglers based in Venezuela. For weeks, a steady stream of footage showing the strikes as part of Operation Southern Spear has been released by the Department of War, having destroyed nearly 24 vessels and killed more than 80 people. Trump has since ramped up pressure on Venezuela and even warned on Thanksgiving that the U.S. would target drug trafficking networks by land soon.
People aren't wanting to be delivering by sea, and we'll be starting to stop them by land also. The land is easier, but that's going to start very soon. We warn them, stop sending poison to our country.
And in a Saturday morning Truth Social post, Trump wrote that he would be shutting down Venezuelan airspace in its entirety. To all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety, he wrote. Trump's post came after the world leaders reportedly had a tense phone call that failed to reach conciliation and ended in Trump issuing a strongly worded ultimatum to Maduro, according to a report from the Miami Herald. According to the report, the socialist president demanded to be allowed to maintain control of Venezuela's military if he paved the way for free elections there, and also reportedly sought global amnesty for all his alleged crimes, including narco-terrorism. Trump's refusal on both counts was said to be swift, as he reportedly told Maduro to resign and leave, or else. The Venezuela president had not been seen publicly for nearly 5 days, leading to speculation that he had fled the country, until he made an appearance, giving prizes and delivering remarks at an annual coffee awards ceremony in the eastern part of the capital, Caracas, on Sunday. The American commander-in-chief confirmed to reporters that same day that he had spoken with Maduro over the phone recently.
You say it went well? I would say it went well, badly.
War Secretary Hegseth has also made headlines over his role in the conflict, now facing troubling allegations that in the first military strike on September 2nd, he reportedly ordered no survivors be left, according to a bombshell report from the Washington Post. According to the outlet, a Joint Special Operations Command commander reportedly ordered a second airstrike on the speedboat carrying 11 Tren de Aragua narco-terrorists after the first strike left 2 people clinging to the wreckage. The call for a second strike was allegedly given in response to a verbal order from Pete Hegseth to, quote, kill everybody, the outlet reported. The report sparked bipartisan outcry on Capitol Hill, with Virginia Democratic Senator Tim Kaine going so far as to label Hegseth's alleged actions as a war crime.
Well, first, if that reporting is true, it's a clear violation of the DOD's own laws of war, as well as international laws about the way you treat people who are in that circumstance. And so this rises to the level of a war crime, if it's true.
In an ex-post, Hegseth defiantly dismissed the report as, quote, fabricated, inflammatory, and derogatory. As we've said from the beginning and in every statement, these highly effective strikes are specifically intended to be lethal kinetic strikes, he wrote. Every trafficker we kill is affiliated with a designated terrorist organization. Hegseth went on to assert the operations are lawful under both U.S. and international law. Aboard Air Force One on Sunday, Trump defended Hegseth, but said his administration would look into the issue, as Democratic lawmakers vow to investigate and prosecute anyone who gave illegal orders in response to the report.
Pete said he did not order the death of those 2 men. But no, I wouldn't have wanted the second strike. The first strike was very lethal, it was fine, and if there were 2 people around, but Pete said that didn't happen. Does that make you? I have great confidence.
Trump is set to convene his top staff in the Oval Office on Monday night to determine what steps will be taken in the pressure campaign on the South American country of 28 million people.
Here in the headlines that come out of Venezuela, the big headline, of course, is a bipartisan call by lawmakers in the United States wanting to know if deadly U.S. boat strikes rose to the level of a war crime. So let's set the scene just a little bit here. As you look at this video here behind me, the Washington Post report claims a U.S. strike in September left 2 survivors. And to comply with the directive from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to, quote, kill them all, a commander ordered a second strike to kill the survivors. Well, now Democratic Senator Tim Kaine joining others demanding answers.
If that reporting is true, it's a clear violation of the DOD's own laws of war, as well as international laws about the way you treat people who are in that circumstance. And so this rises to the level of a war crime if it's true. And the questions that we've been asking for months are, give us the evidence that the folks on board were really narco traffickers.
So let's go live to CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata. Charlie, you heard that senator there saying, give us the evidence. Where are we where this is concerned, where evidence is concerned?
Well, the evidence is still forthcoming, and that's what they've been demanding. But we're talking about the legality, the question of the legalities of these strikes, especially what the military calls a double tap, going back around after hitting a boat. Pardon me while I refer to my notes, because under the law of armed conflict, this is Geneva Convention rules, I've summarized it. It's prohibited to attack shipwrecked combatants, surrendering personnel, anyone who is incapacitated or otherwise out of combat. Shipwreck survivors are explicitly protected under Geneva Convention rules and under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. The individuals involved in this alleged second attack would be culpable and even charged with murder. So that's how serious this is. And then you have to decide where in the command chain that went up. So if Secretary Hegseth ordered that attack saying kill them all, and then he would be culpable for ordering it, but the people that would also be culpable are the ones who executed it. So, you know, this is why this is so important, and this is why lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are saying we need more evidence, and there hasn't been. They've been complaining to me, people that we've spoken to, even in and outside the Pentagon. They haven't been providing any of the evidence of what's on those boats, who were the people on those boats, where they were headed, what sort of weapon system was involved, probably a Reaper drone with Hellfire missiles. We saw that for ourselves. We were in Puerto Rico. So, you know, there are a lot of unanswered questions, and now there's an increasing demand to get information about those questions.
Well, and we understand, Charlie, it's also reportable that the president will hold a meeting today on the next steps in Venezuela. You just spent some time in Puerto Rico, as you mentioned. What can you tell us about how the U.S. is ramping up those military efforts there? Because the tensions, really, you could cut it with a knife.
Reed, there's no way to over-exaggerate what's happening in Venezuela and Puerto Rico and the Caribbean. They're preparing for war. That's what the Pentagon does anyway. It's kind of their day job. That's what they do. But what we saw in place, we saw F-35 stealth fighter jets in plain view. I told you we saw those Reaper drones, and they were armed with Hellfire missiles. This is all in Puerto Rico. We saw thousands of U.S. troops. Now, that's maybe an exaggeration. We didn't see them all, but we understand that there are thousands of U.S. troops deployed in and around Puerto Rico and in the Caribbean Sea. In addition to that, the centerpiece of this, quote, strike package is the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier. We know for a fact that F-18 fighter jets have been scrambled and flying off the deck. They've sort of been buzzing the coastline of Venezuela, including B-52s, which are also involved in this. There's something like 8 or 9 destroyers, maybe as many as 200 Tomahawk cruise missiles. So the point is, when the president walks into that room, surrounded by the people who would advise him, the military has done their job of putting into place the options for the commander-in-chief to then proceed. And yes, of course, a lot of this may be just bearing down pressure. We talked the other day about closing Venezuela airspace, and the Venezuelans said, first of all, how do you close off the airspace? And, you know, calling the United States a colonialist for even trying that. So the stage is set, as it were. Again, not to dramatize it, the pieces are in place to give the Secretary of Defense and the Commander-in-Chief any of the options, multiple options, of what they can do in that area if the decision is to launch land strikes inside Venezuela, which the president has hinted multiple times before.
Charlie D'Agata watching it all the pieces on the board, as it were. We appreciate you so much. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump says he has great confidence in Secretary Pete Hegseth. Here's what he had to say.
Number one, I don't know that happened. And Pete said he did not want them. He didn't even know what people were talking about. So we'll look into it. But no, I wouldn't have wanted that, not a second strike. The first strike was very lethal. It was fine, and if there were two people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
Does that make you?
I have great confidence.
You think there's no second strike?
I don't know. I'm going to find out about it, but Pete said he did not order the death of those two men.
So let's talk more about this. The White House, where we find CBS News White House reporter Olivia Rinaldi. So Olivia, President Trump will be holding a meeting on this very thing today. Next steps in Venezuela. So talk to us about what you think will happen, where Secretary Pete Hegseth will have to say there in that meeting. We understand he's attending that sit down.
Yeah, Reed, it's good to be with you. We do know this afternoon at the White House there's going to be a meeting with the top brass of the Pentagon. That includes Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, as well as some of his undersecretaries, some of his top advisors. We also know that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is also expected to be in that meeting. And you're right, they're going to talk about the next steps of what is going on in Venezuela, or what could potentially happen. And as Charlie really expertly laid out there, we have seen the mass movement of U.S. forces, of naval capabilities, of striking capabilities move into the region in the Caribbean Sea, right off the coast of Venezuela, really being able to present President Trump with a variety of options should he choose it. There's still questions, though, about whether this president is interested in doing land strikes, perhaps land invasion, troops on the ground, and ultimately regime change. Of course, they have called Maduro a war criminal, charged him with crimes, has said his regime is illegitimate in Venezuela. But all of this talk, and it's time to see whether or not there will be some type of action. So we are expecting that meeting here later today at the White House. We'll be tracking to see if there's any sort of decision made from it.
All right, and so let's talk about a little bit about what Charlie D'Agata was talking relative to the president talking about closing off Venezuelan airspace. Where do we stand on that, and what's the reasoning behind it?
Well, mostly it came from a Truth Social post from President Trump over the weekend, where he said that the airspace around or on Venezuelan airspace and surrounding airspace should be closed. And the message was directed to airlines, pilots, human traffickers, drug smugglers, pretty much anyone who is around that airspace. The president said it should be closed. Of course, he does not have the unilateral ability to close the airspace over another country.
All right, y'all, it is getting late, and I am realizing I'm getting swept up into this Venezuela mess again. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close out this stream, give myself a few minutes, and see how I feel about starting a new one on this fucking mess. Because this is supposed to be mostly UFO news, but man, when you don't watch the news for a week, a whole lot of stuff can happen. Am I right? Am I right or am I right? So you may not see me later. If you don't, c'est la vie. Thank you for joining. I'm so glad you did. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and do all those things. If you're on X, I always appreciate a share and a follow. Y'all have yourself a wonderful evening, and I may be back on in just a little bit to go over some U.S. news updates. Have a fantastic evening, everyone.